morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Your Honor, I'd just like you to take note and then consider the following. These statements should have been given to Mr. Williams 10 days before trial. That's pursuant to OCGA section 17-16-4. A1 as well as 17-16-7. Detective Quinn, I believe, qualifies as a person who is on the prosecution team, so he's part and it's imputed knowledge to the prosecution. I have no issue with Ms. Hilton's statements at all that she found out about it on or around December 29, 2023. I'm not saying that Ms. Hilton intentionally did not give it over, but it's broader than just when the line district attorney finds out about it. With that being said, Your Honor, I have, and I'd like to mark just for your consideration, if it's okay, the information that we were provided, dated December 23rd, 2023, for purposes of this motion, if that's okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can I have a pen?
I'll just mark it as the next course exhibit in order.
Okay.
For the purposes of motion. You can hand that to Ms. Weaver. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, sir.
So, Your Honor, these are, presumably, there's no recording, there's no memorandum, there's no report, there's no summary. So this is going a 10-year memory of Detective Quinn. And if you admit them with the issues that I've raised, if you admit that Detective Quinn can do it, I also don't want this to be expanded because I have no way of checking, verifying something from 2013. And in Orr, which is State versus Orr, 305 Georgia, 729, it's Division 4, 2019. It's at the end of the opinion. The highest court wrote that in most instances, silence is so ambiguous that it is of little probative force, especially if the defendant does not later testify inconsistently. And all I'm raising is something happens on the witness stand. I have no notice of any other statement. I have no way of verifying it. If the court admits it, I'd like it to be bound tightly to interaction 1, 2, 3, and 4. But based upon the late notice, I'm not blaming at all District Attorney President Hilton. I'm just saying the late notice under the statute, it should have been given 10 days before trial. And because this is coming from nothing, I mean, I have nothing of to check this, verify it. So there's no report. So it's a 10-year-old memory, now 11-year-old memory.
This was December, you found out about December of 2023?
Yes, Your Honor, in preparation.
And then you got the statement sometime thereafter. Is that correct, Mr. Steele?
Sure.
Have you all had an opportunity to talk with Detective Quinn about that interaction, purported interaction with Mr. Williams?
I did not. I have had opportunities to speak with former Detective Quinn, but I've not asked him about these statements, I thought that we'd take it to this court first. But I did not do that. Anyway, those are my my issues with that. I also, if you admit it, in interaction number 4, Mr. Williams is again with Mr. Walter Murphy, according to Detective Quinn, who identifies, I presume, Walter Murphy, or will recognize Walter Murphy in front of the jury. And that again bleeds over to my request that you take in consideration not to admit the May 12, 2013 supposed armed robbery involving, and I'm just using initials, Miss A.B., that I've argued before. You've denied it. But it's being admitted, I presume, for association, and it's not an overt act. The district attorney's office position is an overt act doesn't have to be charged, and it automatically comes in. I can't find any case that supports that. So this is another, I offered to stipulate that the two associated, but it's just another example of why the other act does not need to come in. But I hope I'm making myself clear. I didn't get proper notice. I'm not saying that the prosecution had the proper notice. I'm just saying that former Detective Quinn is on the prosecution team, so it's imputed, and that at this point in time, if it always happens, I'm not blaming anyone, but it's going to become potentially expanded, or Mr. Williams, I told him this and he didn't make a statement, and the silence is ambiguous, and generally, no probative value, and that's out of the State versus Orr case.
All right.
And it changed the law from Mallory, M-A-L-L-O-R-Y versus State, where it was automatically out silence. So that's it. That's my argument. Excluded as too prejudicial rather than probative. But that law changed.
Okay, where in Orr are you talking about, Mr. Steele?
Very end.
At the very end?
If you go to the very end of the opinion, and I'm not saying that we're looking at the same opinions, but if Your Honor goes to, if you see the very end of the opinion, you'll have, if going upwards, so you're going backwards, you'll have C. You'll see the last paragraph starts with a C, as in Colette, Charlie. And then if you go above that, you'll start with another paragraph, but we also recall, and if you go above that to the next paragraph, that's where it is. It's in the indent. It starts with, we have consistently doubted the probative value in criminal trials of evidence that the accused fled from the scene of an actual supposed, hold on one second, Your Honor. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, it's in the paragraph above that. It starts with, it should be reiterated, if you can find that, Your Honor.
Yes.
That the exercise of discretion under 403 is a case specific. I lost my place, hold on. And usually turns on the trial court's assessment of probative value and prejudicial effect of the particular evidence. In this respect, we note that the United States Supreme Court admonition that in most instances silence is so ambiguous that it is of little probative force, especially if the defendant does not later testify inconsistently. That's where I took that from. Those are our, I'll answer any questions, but I'm just, anticipating that this is going to be a fluid situation. There's going to be more statements. There's going to be assertions made to Mr. Williams that he didn't answer that's not in here. And I just want to protect the record and Mr. Williams and make this objection. If you admit the evidence, I'd like it to be tight to.
I mean, he can't. I would be troubled if there were other statements that were made that you around this, and that's why I asked you if you'd had the opportunity to interview him, so that sometimes when people recollect things, they, the written certainly aspect is a portion of what they actually do remember. So that's why I asked you whether or not you had taken that opportunity to do so.
I understand.
Okay?
But those are my concerns.
All right.
I wanted to raise them to your Honorable Court
Okay, all right.
and to the District Attorney's Office.
All right, let me hear from the state and then I'll make a decision.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Hilton, so you all got, Mr. Steele's first concern is under 1716.4A, et cetera, and then 1716.7. These statements should have been turned over 10 days prior to trial.
Yes, Your Honor. So first, I do want to address 1716.7 and 1764, and I want to direct the court to Watley v. State, which is 326, Georgia App 81, which is a 2014.
81, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it's a 2014 case. And specifically, we are in
Page 326.
it'd be on page 87.
Okay, I have it.
Your Honor, and what Watley states is that the statutory obligation of 1716.7 is not triggered when a witness merely makes an oral statement. There can be no possession, custody, or control of a witness statement which has neither been recorded nor committed to writing. So, Your Honor, in this case, there was no previous written or recorded statement about what Detective Quinn told the state. It actually came up very organically as we were preparing for testimony. He said, he advised the state, oh, well, you know, I saw Mr. Williams as this was going on at my extra job. And of course I inquired, what are you speaking of? And then that's when he proceeded to go into further detail about it. So this wasn't anything that was in any type of reports or anything like that. And as soon as Detective Quinn gave the state that information, we immediately provided it so that there could be an account. Your Honor, again, this is a summary of what he told the state. I would ask for Detective Quinn to come so the court can hear it yourself, how this interaction came up and what exactly he said to us. So that the court can hear it itself and be comfortable in what Detective Quinn told us. And I believe what Detective Quinn would tell Mr. Steele or any of the other defense attorneys had they taken the time to interview him. In addition to this, Your Honor, we provided in the statement that this statement involves Mr. Walter Murphy and Ms. Dolly Greer. Ms. Greer is Mr. Williams' sister, so Mr. Steele had the opportunity to interview her to determine whether or not there was any validity to this. The state also, again, provided the copy of the phone log that has Dolly's phone number in there. And matter of fact, Detective Quinn titled her phone number Dolly-Young Thug Sis to corroborate that this interaction occurred. And then lastly, they had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Walter Murphy. The state knows, because I've had an opportunity to briefly speak with Mr. Murphy, that Mr. Murphy has met with defense counsel, specifically Mr. Steele, at least 2 times at this point. And so there was an opportunity to talk about this, whether or not these events happened. He could have spoken to Detective Quinn, Mr. Murphy, as well as Dolly Greer to determine whether or not this incident has occurred, or these series of events have occurred. So we would ask, as it relates to the disclosure, the state did what it was supposed to do. Once we learned about it, we turned it over immediately so that we were not going to surprise defense counsel during trial and bring this out. We wanted them to be aware of it, and we took the necessary steps in order for that to occur. Next, Your Honor, as it relates to State v. Orr, that is not valid anymore. You know, what Orr states is that the Mallory test is not valid, and so what the court has to look is to do a 403 analysis to determine whether or not this information is substantially prejudicial. And we would believe, Your Honor, that given, again, the current cross-examinations of witnesses in this case as it relates to Detective Quinn's interactions, Detective Quinn's investigation, the theory that Detective Quinn or detectives or police officers with the Atlanta Police Department has either destroyed evidence, hidden evidence, interjected themselves into this case. We believe that these encounters are important because what these encounters show is that Detective Quinn had no ill will towards Mr. Williams. Matter of fact, he did not take out arrest warrants and explain that to Mr. Williams. So much so that Mr. Williams, in turn, tried to offer him a job. And I think that that is important for the jurors to hear, given this idea that Detective Quinn has, in this particular case, has in some way, shape, or form interjected himself in it and has a vendetta against Mr. Williams. This shows very clearly he does not have a vendetta against Mr. Williams and did not have a vendetta against Mr. Williams. And matter of fact, wanted Mr. Williams to just go forth in his music career, continue to be successful, and like he literally told him, stay off of Cleveland Avenue. And so, Your Honor, we would ask that you allow this testimony in. Again, if the court wants to hear specifically what Detective Quinn remembers about these encounters, he is right outside. You can hear from himself so the court can be satisfied with what the testimony will be, because it will stay within the confines of what he remembers, Your Honor. And again, for him, it's also 10 years ago, and he's basing those interactions off of his memory as well.
Based upon your interview with the state's interview with Detective Quinn, is he going to testify within the confines of the court's exhibit that's been submitted for the purposes of this particular hearing?
Yes, but I don't want to, it says within the confines, but if he says one additional fact, I don't want it to be, withdrawn, because if there might be an additional fact, this was really a summary of that encounter. But that was a summary as he had explained it to the state. I don't think anything would veer too far off of these encounters, but again, I'll feel more comfortable for the court to hear from him because, again, these were the encounters that he relayed to us. I don't think there's anything far out of the bounds of here, but again, this was a summary of what he told us.
All right. Okay. Detective Quinn's outside?
Yeah.
All right, can we bring him in, please? All right, Detective Quinn, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, sir, if you could have a seat in the witness chair, please. And I just still remind you that you're still on the road, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you would be so kind to kind of reflect back to 2013, when I understand from counsels that you had an extra job working at Neiman Marcus.
Yes, sir.
And that you had 4 interactions with Mr. Williams,
Yes.
reportedly, and that you summarized that in a written statement, gave that to the defense, and this is consistent with the preparation that around December of 2023 that you had with the representatives from the state of Georgia. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If you could tell the court a little bit about those particular 4 interactions, as much as you can recall, consistent with what you told them.
Yes, sir.
Them being the state, okay?
Yes. So while in the throes of the investigation into what happened down at 126 Cleveland Avenue and 2745 O'Hageville, I worked this extra job at Neiman Marcus at that time, I guess, since 2004. So I'm there every Friday. I had never seen Jeffrey Williams, to my knowledge, even come in the store. But a week, maybe 2 into my investigation, Jeffrey Williams comes in to Neiman Marcus, and I'm sitting on a stool. I've got on my City of Atlanta police uniform. I'm not a detective in my detective attire. And I waved him over. I said, come here, let me holler at you right quick. I told him directly right then and there, this joker named Bean, he's put you in this car that went off that cliff over there on Old Hateville, right into 126 Cleveland. I said, I'm telling you that because you're going to get the discovery anyway from somebody else in the car. You know what I mean? You're going to learn this happen. I'm telling you up front, I'm giving you 100%. This guy's putting you in the car. But what I did tell him was, the same guy, Bean, was identifying which gun he had during this commission of this robbery that turned into a police shooting. And I said, I'm not going to lock you up based on what Bean said alone. If there's DNA, because Touch DNA was really moving in 2013, if Touch DNA comes back with male profiles on him, I just said to him, boom. Are you going to make me come get you with a warrant, or will you give me a voluntary sample to eliminate you from this case? And I assured her, I said, I'm not going to lock you up on what Bean says alone. I need something else. That's how I get down. So Mr. Williams was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. He was adamant. He seemed very nervous because, you know, I'm a uniform officer just coming up with this stuff in him, right, in some store he's coming to on his free time. A few weeks go by, maybe 3, because I got the DNA fast-tracked through the GBI. I learned from the analysts there were too many male contributors to the gun that Bean identified Jeffrey Williams being in possession of. They wouldn't be able to put a usable sample up into CODIS. So a few weeks later, Mr. Williams comes back in the store again. I don't know what day, but it was weeks after the first encounter. I said, yo, come here, let me holler at you. I said, guess what? I can't use that gun against you as corroborative evidence or evidence against you based off what Bean said. So I tell you what, I'm done with it. I did some research on you independently because I didn't know you were about to blow up. I said, and excuse my language, I said, go make $1 million, stay the fuck off Cleveland. That's what I said to him. Maybe a month or 2 goes by after that. I'm at Neiman Marcus again. Now Mr. Williams comes in the store with a couple of people, a small, I guess you would call entourage, just maybe some associates. But in particular, he introduces me to his sister Dolly. Didn't know this sister at all. She gives me her phone number. They asked me, would I be their road security, collectively, between Mr. Williams and his sister. I was like, that's not what I do. This has nothing to do with this case. I did take her number because Dolly gave me her number. I put it in my city issue phone, Dolly, Young Thug's sister, or something to that degree. And that was the end of it. The fourth encounter may have been months on down the road, might have been 6 to 8 weeks. Mr. Williams comes in. We don't have any verbal contact in the fourth encounter. My stool that I sit on is right at the downstairs escalator going in menswear. Mr. Williams is with DK, real name Walter Murphy. And from about 25 feet away from me, he's pointing to Walter Murphy's like right pocket to his pants. And there's a long stack of money in Walter Murphy's pockets as they're going down the escalator. He points at it and he doesn't say anything to me. He just makes reference to it, make sure I see it. I don't know what that meant, you know, but that was that. So those were the encounters.
Okay. All right. Either counsel have any questions based upon the court's inquiry?
I don't have any additional questions.
All right, Mr. Steele, you have any questions based on the court's inquiry?
No, sir.
Okay. Detective, thank you, sir. If you could step back out. Okay. Yeah, sure.
How are you today, sir?
Mr. Steele,
Good to see you, as always.
always a pleasure.
Can I just ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
Did you in any way record, memorialize, write down, you know, any type of note of in any form? I'm not be expansive to remember any one of these 1, 2, 3, or 4 that you just.
I did not. Okay. At the time, no.
Okay. And when dealing with Mr. Williams, it seems to me that there's no custodial situation. This is just come over here. If he didn't want to come over there, he walks away. Is that
Correct.
okay? All right. I just want to make sure.
Okay, all right. Detective, I get you to step outside. We'll
Yes,
be with
sir.
you shortly, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any further argument?
No, Your Honor. Like I said, I think that pretty much was in the paper, but again, for the reasons the state, for the reasons, no additional further argument.
All right, Mr. Steele, anything else, sir?
I'm not going to repeat, Your Honor. The only thing I do want to add new is Watley, which is W-H-A-T-L-E-Y versus State, which the state cited 326 Georgia Appeal 81-2014. Watley is not part of the prosecution team. It is a wife statement or a woman's statement or a relative statement. Now I'm not targeting it perfectly in my mind, but this is this detective is part of the prosecution team for purposes of these overt acts, meaning that it's imputed to the state under Kyles, which is K-Y-L-E-S, versus Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. That's the United States Supreme Court opinion from 1995. I could get you a cite. It's cited often.
Yeah, if you could let me know the site.
May I just step back 1 second?
Okay.
I get it right now.
514 US 419.
514 US
Yes, 419.
419. Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
May I just say one sentence and then I'll sit down and let you read? Kyles versus Watley is a Brady case. The government was saying, hey, I didn't know about it, so how could the prosecutors turn over this Brady or Giglio evidence? Giglio is G-I-G-L-I-O. And the U.S. Supreme Court said that's not the standard. If a person's part of the prosecution team, it's imputed to the prosecution, just like now. The state can't just hide behind, I don't mean hide in a mean way, but they can't just say, well, we didn't know about it, but a member of our team knew about it, but since we didn't know about it, then the code section under discovery that I cited to this honorable court do not apply. I don't believe that that's true. So that's why I just tell the court.
All right, counsels. I've had an opportunity to take a look at the next court exhibit in order, the statements that were turned over based upon the state's interview with Detective Quinn on or about sometime December 29th of 2023, which chronicled 4 interactions with purportedly with Mr. Williams. His sister Dolly, and then Mr. Walter Murphy. The court's had an opportunity to take a look at or consider, for the purposes of this particular motion, OCGA 17-16-4A1 and OCGA 17-16-7. 17-16-4A, basically indicates that statements should have been, or to be disclosed at least 10 days before trial. It has some other disjunctives or as soon thereafter. And then 17-16-7 basically indicates or gives the court directions as to statements that are in the possession of other entities that are imputed upon the state. The court's also had an opportunity to consider State versus Orr at 305 Georgia 729. As well as Whitley at 326 Georgia Appeals 81. The court's also had an opportunity to take a look at OCGA 17-16-6, which is court orders with respect to failure of the state or the defendant to comply. So, and this pertains to the discovery statute. At any time during the course of the proceedings brought to the attention of the court, defendant or the state has failed to comply with the requirements of this article, the court may permit the defendant to inspect, interview the witness, grant a continuance, or if there's a showing of prejudice and bad faith, prohibit the defendant from introducing the evidence, not disclose or presenting the witness, not disclose, or I can enter any such orders deemed appropriate in the circumstances. So in this particular circumstance, it is of the court's opinion that the state didn't act in bad faith. This is part of the prep that they did for this particular trial. The reason the court asked how long that if Detective Quinn had been interviewed or sought to be interviewed in regards to these particular 4 interactions, because that's what the court would allow the parties to do. Having heard Detective Quinn's interactions and giving the Mr. Williams' counsel as well as the state an opportunity to take examine him, and also if the statements were turned over to Mr. Williams and other members of the defense team on around December the 29th of 2023, today is March the 25th of 2024. The parties have had some 3 months or thereabouts to talk with Detective Quinn about any of these four statements. So for those reasons, the court will authorize, with of course, with the necessary foundation to be laid for Detective Quinn to testify about his interactions with Mr. Williams at the Neiman Marcus store that he's that are fairly contained within the next court's exhibit and order, as well as his proffer and testimony to the court. Now, Mr. Steele, you know, there wasn't. What was the other test in Georgia? I'm trying to remember. Mallory test. Is the state going to comment on Mr. Williams' silence?
No, the state intends. I don't think Mr. Williams was silent at all. I think he responded based on what Detective Quinn provided. Mr. Williams' response was, "I wasn't a part of that. I'm a rapper." And so, to the level of that was his interaction. Then that's really a self-serving statement. But the state intends to talk about the entire interaction.
Okay. All right, Mr. Steele. I don't think they're going to get into any silence. I mean, they may. I think he may testify about your client's reported physical response to his inquiry, but I don't think that other than that there was some discussion. So is there anything else as it relates to that particular part of your motion, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Is there anything else I need to take up in respect to this particular motion, Mr. Steele or Ms. Hilton? But I will authorize the statements to be admitted, subject to a foundation.
No, not on behalf of Mr. Williams, sir.
Okay, all right. Folks, unless there's anything else, let me let you all take 5 minutes. Are all our jurors here, Sergeant Ingram? Okay, for those of you who need to take a comfort break, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll go ahead and call for our jurors, okay? Is there anything else I need to take up before I call for our jurors?
Nothing from the state.
Anything on behalf of anybody else?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Okay, all right. We'll be in recess about 5 minutes. All right, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. Again, good morning, Detective Quinn. You're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir, Judge.
All right. You may continue, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Quinn.
Good morning, Ms. Hilton.
Before we start, I noticed on here there's an error. On 9/17/13.
Which one are you referring to on this? What is it?
Looking at the flip chart, Your Honor,
Okay, all right.
when looking at the flip chart, I have 9/17/13 jail call. Is that incorrect? Is that when you had your interview with Adrian Bean on 9/17/13?
That's correct, yes.
Excuse my hammer. And to kind of go back over, since we've had a weekend, on 9/11/2013, that's when our incident occurred.
Correct.
Is that when you spoke to both Eduardo Nava Flores as well as Detective Robinson L?
Yes, that's correct.
And when we spoke with, I think it's Flores Nava. And last week, we listened to the recording that you did with Mr. Flores Nava.
What's the basis? You have an objection, sir?
I do.
All right, what's the basis?
Repetitive, asked and answered. Repeated.
I'll sustain this to leading. You can rephrase, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last week, the interview that we heard, was that the only interview that you did with Mr. Flores Nava?
Correct.
All right. And as it relates to any other interview, I don't think I asked you this. Did you receive any other recordings of any other interview with Mr. Flores Nava?
I did not.
And did you delete any interviews with Mr. Flores Nava?
Not at all.
As it relates to Detective Robinson L., did you speak with him on site?
I did.
Right. Do you recall if Detective Robinson L. provided you any information about how many individuals he saw when he first approached the car back at the apartment complex?
What he actually spoke about was the person he saw with the gun.
Okay. Do you recall him talking about any other individuals he saw within the car?
Well, I know he mentioned the driver because he told me he stood in front of the car with his service weapon pointed at it.
Okay. So he at least saw two individuals.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Flores Nava, how many individuals he said he saw get into the car?
He said 4.
And he said they were male or females.
He said they were males.
As far as Robinson L., how many individuals did he say got into the car? The driver and the person he started shooting, were those males or females?
He said they were males.
And of the driver and the shooter?
That's correct.
As it relates to September 11, 2013, you also received information from Booker Higgins.
I did.
Was she able to provide information about how many people she saw within this incident dealing with the red vehicle?
She talked about the shooter. She described him, and she also described a female driver.
Did you also get information from and Officer Antonius Black and Officer Ashley Davis.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of their roles in this entire incident?
They secured people that were inside of that burgundy Nissan Sentra that crashed into 126 Cleveland Avenue Laundry.
And where were they seated?
They were actually on the parking lot doing paperwork, out of service, not patrolling, just on the parking lot in their patrol vehicle.
And first, looking at Officer Antonius Black, do you recall how many individuals he observed coming out of that vehicle?
All this
What's the basic objection, sir?
competitive A and B competition clause here say is repeating.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Officer Black testified, and he is the investigative officer that used this as a part of his investigation.
I'll rule the objection.
As it relates to Antonius Black.
Yeah, that was a statement I reviewed of Antonius Black.
Okay. And do you recall how many individuals that he observed coming out of that vehicle back on September 11th, 2013?
He identified 4, 3 they took into custody. Well, 2, he and Ashley, I can't remember her last name, but his little partner, took into custody.
And do you recall if he said they were males, females, males or females?
Mr. Black said they were males.
And then what about Officer Ashley Davis?
Your Honor, can I just have a continuing objection saying?
You may, sir.
Thank you.
Officer Ashley Davis also said 4 males.
And that's what you remember them saying?
Yes.
At this point, all right. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, we're going to finish continuing the playing of State Exhibit 176, Charlie Bravo, and beginning at 11/12/25.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, and I appreciate your honesty about coming clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother, but he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So, I'm going to let your wife know.
We're going to pause it because it was working earlier.
supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So I'm gonna let your wife know everything that's going on, if that's okay with you. I appreciate your honesty about coming clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who...
I heard a loud noise, but all was going off with the impact of the crash to the wall. So I can't say. I know DJ does the job, but he more worried about. You feel what I'm saying? He more worried about his shit, his situation. Cause he had like he had a stack on. So everything I love, he had a stack. He went in Red's car, cause Red ran like a motherfucker. The Red ran. Red got the truck on. He left his car sitting open. Everybody out there said it. DK went into the car, up under the armrest, got the money where he had the money. Got in the car, one gonna tell you shit. I'm gonna tell y'all shit. So, man, I'm just saying, man. So, I mean, what is this, a robbery case on me or something? I ain't robbing nobody. What I'm saying is, you based on what you're telling me, you're the driver in a case where DK, the guy you know that got in the car with you, with the tattoo and throw the back with K, was told by thugs who I haven't identified yet. I don't know his real name yet. I'm gonna go see if I can find it. DK is the one that got the car, the one you waited on to get back in. Why'd you wait on him after he was shooting? Why didn't you just leave that motherfucker? Because you could have left him. You know, this is man, you know what I mean? Why didn't you just leave him up there? Because he was doing the shooting. He changed the script on a simple lick. I'm gonna piss off with this. This is a simple lick. Yeah, I'm gonna piss off. Easy. I'm gonna piss off with y'all changed cars because everybody knows your Camry. Let me tell you something. Was Thug in your black Camry earlier when he went to check on his lick? Nah. You sure? When he went up to Ken shop. Was Thug using your car or another black Camry? Thug got a black Challenger. He got his own car? Got a black Challenger. Okay. Alright. Okay. Now, a police officer that did the shoot. When did you first see the uniformed police officer that fired the gun? Did you see it? Nah, I don't remember police. Did you ever hear the police give a command? Did you see a police officer? Because they say they saw the guy. I mean. Did you knowingly ram the cop's vehicle trying to leave? Did you know you hit it? No. You did not know you hit the cop's vehicle? Bumped me. The cop bumped you? Yes, sir. So was it fair to say they tried to lock you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I'm just asking. Yeah, they probably did. And why didn't you stop? Did you know they were police? Come on, everybody out there saying the police were trying to get you on the stop. Did you know those were police you were fleeing from? At the point of time, sir, I didn't know because I did not see a uniform cop. Who did you see in the car that pulled in front of your car? Y'all are I seen two females. Two females? I seen two females. That's all I seen. And you're running from two females? I'm getting out of that too. I'm getting out of that. Keep playing. I'm getting out of that. You think that these females are trying to hit a lick on you? No, I ain't say that. I'm saying, did you think I'm thinking maybe when this car stop right here, I don't know if they going this building, one of these buildings, I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm going around. But you know you got to use your damn. And you know they're trying to stop you from leaving. You know that. Yes or no? I feel a bump. Do you think they're trying to stop you from leaving that scene where the gunfire was? I think that I'm going around the car that's still moving, and
how many shots, and I don't want to interrupt you, you finished with that statement?
Yeah, I ain't got no shots going by no police officer.
How many shots did you hear? Did anybody in the car mention that was the police? Anybody? You got 4 people in the car.
Fred, nobody. I ain't say nobody. They go 12 shots or nothing.
Okay. You know, this is an interesting situation, man. Y'all went through that yard, hit all the tricycles and shit. Could have been kids on them bikes, man.
I could lost my own wife.
Oh my God, you could have.
At the time,
Y'all could have landed.
Y'all
scared of police because the police car back under that wall. Y'all just missed it. They were just sitting there. They had nothing to do with that shit on the hill. They were just sitting there. Thank Jesus, Allah, the Dalai Lama, everybody spiritual. Y'all didn't land on that car. Then, you know, it would have been a different situation. It wasn't meant for you to, you know, catch that kind of weight. But, you know, you seem like an older brother. Why you got involved with these young, and you say it to your wife over and over again when I listen to it. Why you get involved with these young motherfuckers, man? I mean, they don't care about going down the road. They can't wait to get in. That's my feeling. They can't wait. That's the same way I got to write like that. They can't wait to get down there, man. You already know what this shit's about, what life's all about. You are in love. These young jokers only be in love with themselves and their homeboys. They'll never know how to love.
See, I don't bang.
I know you don't bang. You're a family man. You got your kids in football. You're active in the school. I did my research on you. You're a good dude, but, you know, I appreciate your honesty about coming clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother, but he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So, I'm going to let your wife know everything that's going on, if that's okay with you. If not,
Yeah, you can let them know.
because I'm not done yet. I still got to go talk to them fools again. I hate to call them fools, but young people scare the fuck out of me. I mean, these young boys in the street these days, they don't care about a whole lot. And it really bothers me.
Meeting you, man. I just want to give you my story. You know, I bullshit around with my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around with the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything that was right.
This sounds like you. You're the driver. And you really cleared something up for me, Thug. And I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker. Because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let me,
Now, I can't testify. I can't do none of that. You know what I'm saying?
you ain't got to testify. That's on you.
I'm going to put me on blast front street.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is, I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And it went, who knew the police were going to be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got to save the good citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice. They can't bitch out when it gets hot. That was a hot little scene. They stood up and stayed there. A lot of cops would have rolled the fuck out and reevaluated. Those 3 police officers, they were detectives.
Nobody know what.
Nobody knew it was up. But y'all were just trying to go get somebody who you believe had cash.
Nobody knew what was up but me going to jail, telling my wife what went on, and I mean.
Was Fred happy about going to this thing or what? I mean, why did he go to this thing?
I can't tell you about Fred. I mean.
Okay, what did he say anything?
With Fred.
Because he had a chance to stay back in the trap.
So what Fred was on is, you know, he just coming home, man. You know what I'm saying? We not robbers. You know what I mean?
That young boy didn't run.
I couldn't tell you. I'm just saying, me, Fred.
What would be the split in something like that? You go with these 2 little rookies. What's the split gonna be? Y'all get more or less or the same? It's gonna be split 4 ways.
Mm-hmm.
tell me everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do that in the city, man. I've been robbed.
It's been going on this year. And you seen Joe in the
I've
store.
been robbed 4 times this year.
And you probably been seeing the person that robbed.
You know what I mean?
Have you? Or you know where they are?
I ain't gonna tell you that.
Oh, you don't?
I've been robbed 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We all hustling in these streets. I mean, you can't pick up the phone.
But when the game first started, when you were young,
they just took my drugs or something like that. So, you know what I mean? It's all drug money, it's weed, you know what I mean? They selling weed, drugs, you know what I mean? So, you know, who's gonna call the cops and tell cops that I just got a wrong drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took off for their money and getting something back. They don't even report. You know what I'm saying?
and they gotta go talk to their boss man.
Like you say, this particular day right here, police was on the scene, DK get out.
Why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops? Or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know what.
But you on the tape. You keep saying, let me wait. You telling your people to approve this shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you started
You know what I'm saying?
Who in the gate first? You or the tourists?
The Taurus was in the gate first. I was behind
They probably behind somebody to get in because they didn't have no gate keys.
I was behind the Taurus. When the Taurus go in,
So you never looked at them again once you saw them bodies in the
I didn't go past the Taurus, sir.
So they went on ahead of you. They were gone.
The Taurus go straight back in the back of the
Now,
car.
how long was it for the tourists show back up in that scene with the gunfire?
Like I say, man, DK started shooting, so he got caught.
Let me tell you this. If he didn't start shooting and just robbed him straight up, the police would have never known what was up. They'd never seen that shit. It was the gunfire. That's what made them come back. They would have went on, they would have knocked on the door about smoke spray and bullshit. They were in there investigating a whole nother robbery that happened early that morning and them do job.
You know what I'm saying?
And so, if he had fired that gun, it'd have been a lick on that. Let's have him around. You can walk all day long. They would have got the money because he had a stack. A little more, a little less, but it was a stack. And it was in his pockets. And when you get the police report, you're going to see where the first officer that got DK while he's bleeding, because the money's bloody as fuck. I got a picture of it. I went and we'll pick him up now. Bloody fucking money that he hit in the legs, which I think happened in the car. Bloody fucking money. It's a stack. That's exactly what Red had. He had already paid out what the fuck he was dealing with before. That money was gone. Now all he had was, I guess, his rent. He's about to go back in the house. They live there. They done that saying he was robbing them. Was Red robbing y'all? Did he rob your car? Yes or no? No? Yes?
No, Red Rob.
Okay, because let me tell you something. It doesn't make sense to me.
I used to go with Red Mom, man. Me and Red, we go way back, man.
But check it out.
I can see Red right now, man. And Red knows straight up, man, that if I knew that was Red, man, if that was Dirty Red, it robbing would never happen anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing of it is like this.
If I would seen Red, man,
So you know which Red is running.
if I seen Dirty Red running, I told Dirty Red then, hey, Dirty Red, oh, DK, you tripping, man. These my people. These are my people.
Okay. So you thought it was some other Red that had
You know what I'm saying? I didn't know this dude.
Yes or no? You thought it was another Red in that check?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't know this dude was my folks.
And when I say that check, I mean the money.
Yeah.
Whatever, how much it was.
No, it's stolen lick anyway. It ain't my lick.
Okay. All right, it's their intelligence. They create the intelligence. They get the leg work on the leg.
And they move, so it ain't.
What's the other one?
I don't know if you have 15,000, 1,000, or anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you got, but I know now knowing the person that I know who it was, I know these are my people, and I would never rob my people.
Well, do you know he lives there? Did you know Dirty Red lives there?
He don't live there.
Okay. Because
He don't live in some of them.
let me tell you something with
Little bees with the glasses live in some of them.
well, he got something up there. He got a little bit of
They probably keep the little weed up there in some of my apartments.
He could be the trash. I don't know. He be up there.
He don't live up there.
Just like some people might think you live down over there. You know, he live over there. But
I know Red don't live. I know
But
his
he
mom.
be there.
I know his mom and them. I know where Red Man live at.
Well, what I'm saying is, did he pull out on y'all and try to rob y'all? Is the question.
No, sir. He don't.
Okay. All right, let me go see if I can find this picture of this boy with the crazy hair. Look like a girl, I guess. So what? I'm gonna answer all your questions. Let me get this guy the picture.
I gave you everything. What shit, man. None of that, man. Real. On tape, on raw. Do that. I never robbed nobody a day in my life. Ain't what I do. Sell drugs for a living. Work for mine. Hustle for mine. This ain't what you do, then. I don't take no money. Robbery turning to murder. Don't do that. That ain't my line of job. That ain't what I do. Y'all homicide. Y'all know that. That ain't what I do. Do no robbery. Look at my robbery. Do no more hustle. I can't hustle, then I ain't doing shit. That ain't what I do. Not my line of duty. Do no robbery. Ain't what I do. I don't rob. I'm sorry, y'all. Put it on me, but I don't rob. It's the truth. Do no robbing, man. Robbing ain't in my vocabulary. Man.
Your Honor, the state is going to pause at 11:25:44 and fast forward it to 11.
All right, madam.
And I'm going to fast forward to 11:45:32.
Okay.
They were playing again around at 11:45:09 is when it started playing.
I'm trying to hit you on the thing.
Yeah, it goes right to my desk. It goes right to my desk. And based on this, we get in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right, we're going right outside the door. You said young thug had crazy hair like a girl. This kid is named Jeffrey Williams. That's the young thug you talking about? All right, let me look. Then go outside. They make me put handcuffs on you. So, can you work your business with your handcuffs on? All right.
I just have.
Actually, you know, man, fuck that.
I ain't going with that.
I gotta leave put the ankle chains on you. So they get
Put the handcuffs to the gym, man. That's gonna kill me.
But they real funny about these. I'm gonna put it really loose. We're just walking 2 steps outside. You ain't gotta walk close.
You just running. I'm right down to the left.
Fuck me.
Busting me
All
up.
right, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take the whole thing off. Lift up. Now, how long have you known Thug? You say you his daddy.
I've been on the dad since the football field for like a couple of years
He
ago.
used to play football with skinny kids?
I know dad coaching my son 2 years ago.
All right, I gotta put these on. No, put it on front.
I'm a Roselle fan.
Say it one more time.
I'm a Roselle fan, recreation son on Cleveland Avenue.
Oh, that was new when they built at the end of the road. Never been in there.
Been that way.
I know, but see, I was over there in the 80s. You still do to me. I was over there back when all that shit was hot. All right, right here. Good. All right. Right up. All right. Hey, man, just trying to make it happen. Oh, yeah. Whenever I step out, I keep it going because, you know, the time I feel I'm usually out. Yeah. But I keep you going because you never know about this. Because sometimes it's going to this is going to be retired. Huh? It's going to be retired. That's a rule. I wanted to keep going because in 2 more years I will be retired. But now it's going to be in the 2 summers left. Now, I go back and forth to the DA's office when I start to they have to retire. I want to retire. Don't y'all? I definitely want to. You know, that's your first, couple of years when it's all new and fun. What's that word, Don? Did you really, you make show up for paycheck anymore? It's incredible. I don't know. It's a different belief. But I think everything's changed. It's just how I remember it. I don't remember this shit at all. Society's changed. That's true. Generation. I agree with that. All right. You got any questions for me about this thing? Because I understand you say you don't want to testify and all that. It ain't about all that. That's on you. I'm sure based off what you said, the DA is going to come to you and say stuff to you. But this is a serious crime. Let me tell you why. You got a situation where police officers interrupt an armed robbery in progress. Let's just pretend that Red, or the guy in the silver car you're following, let's just say he is a bank. You go rob a bank, you wait outside.
I'm a captain to a robber.
Listen. If you go in the bank and there's gunfire, and your partner stays outside, then you all leave together after that particular robbery, whether you get money or not. The one driving, the one sitting in the car, the one that was back across town organizing that shit, all guilty of the same thing. So the police officers, based on what they told me, were in fear. And they didn't know who the victim was. They knew someone was being shot at. That would be Red. Now, I don't know what his cooperation level is. I hadn't talked to him. I don't know what's up. But I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why the situation happened.
I don't want to charge with something that happened to Red.
Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation, is what I meant to say. That day, They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You both all three, you know. Thug gave you the real story. Well, they're not going to, if they don't tell you about it, they ain't really come tell you nothing extra. They not going to come. But they have. They have said, they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where you always is. Well, look, if you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. And if you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree, you know. Can you talk to her? I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but the thing of it is, this is an investigation. I got to understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were going to run them over. You know, they were scared of the car.
I ain't even know what else police officer. So, okay. I ain't seen no police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would have stopped. I would have stopped. If I had seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would have asked to stop. I ain't me. So who do you think it was? I don't want no trouble.
Blocking you in?
I don't want no trouble or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in?
I'm trying to get supposed to DK. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You thought it was the people
You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking the ground. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, you know what I'm saying? We getting called off here. Cause I ain't know nothing about it.
Oh, okay. So you thinking the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I ain't seen them. If I seen blue suit, shit, I'm stopping.
Okay. Well, everybody, the witnesses for the party, like I said, the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in the full uniform. They got out of the car.
Yeah, I don't know what they seen. You know, I can't.
You didn't see it.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Who's who and what's what.
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out of the car and hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is, you do too.
12 ain't backed up in no car.
Listen to me, you already told me the car backed up, the Taurus. See, back when you came with it. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking, you saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said, well, listen to me, you even said DK was shooting at 12. That's what I'm going to put up as evidence. So that right there, hold on. Listen to me. Bean, if you don't clear this up, I'm going to present what I got in those jail conversations. And you're saying you knew it was the police because you're calling them 12. Everybody in the street know police is 12.
This is what I'm telling my wife. You need to understand. Everything I'm telling them.
It makes sense.
Now I got hit by a police car.
12 is
I know
shooting
it
too.
You know what I'm saying?
Bean, you knew it was 12 up there.
I know
some of
it's
them apartments because you call them 12.
Look from the
You're trying to get away from 12. Yeah, that's the one thing you're going to hold on to. You hold on to.
I listen to that. I'm telling you.
I know it's 12 because the same car
ran me over. You're not getting that far right there. That's how I know it's 12. For me to get in here and tell my wife who these folks is, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know these were these people at the time this was going on.
So you saying the same car you saw in the parking lot that blocked you in, eventually the car that ran you over. Well, the one that was near your car.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Stuff that I'm telling them, some of that stuff true, some of it's not true.
So when did you know it was the police? After you got ran over?
She hit me with the car now. I know damn. When I see them, I see the car. I'm like, damn, this is police. Police just ran over the car. So this is the same police. So I can tell my wife in this story. Right? You know what I'm saying? Well, from the beginning, from me to you, I can't tell you this is the police. Okay. Because I would have stopped for the police.
All right. That makes sense what you said. That makes sense what you said. So that'll be up to whoever makes that decision what they believe. I'll put that down.
You see what I'm saying? From the beginning, I can't say this is 12. Okay. But now, this is the same car that got me. Yeah, I can tell my wife this is police. Okay. You see what I'm saying? aggravated assault. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk a little about that. You already told me. What I'm saying is that's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up. So right now I'm charged with. Well, what it looks like to me, I'm still not charged with anything. I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm gonna sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm old with this shit. You know, ain't no rush. Like I said, I don't do no robbery, man. I want to get everything in the clip. You know, but like you said, I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I got to try and be official with whatever the fuck these niggas I did. So it is what it is. I just like to know them and not to know. You know what I mean? Why do y'all talk like that on the jail phone? Y'all know we listen. So why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, understand it. I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, really nothing to just tell my wife what's going on. You know, I'm gonna make stand up. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off this shut ankle chain because you say they hurt you. I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit. I'm gonna make believe, make stories up. You know what I mean? Well, maybe we need to get her involved with anything. It's gonna be a little add-ons and you know what I'm saying. It's gonna be a lot of little shit go on when it comes time to tell them stuff. You know what I mean? I feel you. You're the head of the household. You get to make that decision. You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife. That okay, everything you said, that's what you said. I'm also it's the brother. And what I'm saying is, it's the brother you're talking to on the phone. She called for you. She called somebody. You're telling him the story. That's my brother-in-law, Frederick Lee. You talking to Fred Lee? Okay, that's like my brother-in-law, Fred Lee, which is her sister's old man, old Shawnee. Old Shawnee Lee husband. Okay. We got all your stuff? Yeah, bro. Get you back to that shift tank, because you know it gets crazy over there. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, Chris, all right.
And Your Honor, we're going to pause at 11:57:48. And Your Honor, now I'm going to publish a portion of 176 Charlie Alpha. And let me ask you this, Detective Quinn, when the interview stops inside of the interview room, are you still recording on your pocket recorder?
Absolutely.
God bless you.
I didn't know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen.
So,
Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, it's really nothing to just tell my wife what's going on. You know?
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make
Stand up. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the shut ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make stories up. You know what I mean?
But maybe we need to get her involved in anything
It's
else.
gonna be a little add-ons and you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a lot of little shit going on.
Hold on. Make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife. That okay, everything you said.
And I'm going to pause it right there at 2:07:59 of 176 Charlie Alpha. Is this a portion of your audio recording?
It is.
All right. And we're going to fast forward.
They young. Oh, she just gonna let me use the phone. So you gonna put me on speaker. I'm gonna sit in the car. Yeah. Who's your cousin? Lady. Oh, Keith. Okay. Yeah.
And Your Honor, for that record, we started that section at 2:11:00 and paused it at 2:11:27:29.
Okay.
And Detective Quinn, is this you getting back into the vehicle?
It is.
And where are you going once you get back into the vehicle?
We're heading back to 901 Rice Street to Fulton County Jail.
Go forward all the way to. And I want to play beginning at 2 hours and 2:30:42.
All right.
I'm doing well. How are you? All right. Thank you. This concludes this interview. Transport of Adrian Bean, time 12:20 p.m. 9/17/2013.
And it plays to the end of that recording. Detective Quinn, and Your Honor, for the next couple questions, do you mind if the state sits down?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Close out. You talked last week about your pocket recorder. Is that the same pocket recorder that you used when you talked to Mr. Eduardo Flores Nava?
Absolutely.
And is this a digital or an analog recorder?
It's digital.
And we all should know how recorders work, but how does your specific recorder work?
About the size of a pack of gum. For ages, I've kept it right in my lapel pocket. And because of Georgia law, it's surreptitious. It's a secret that it's there. I never show anyone my pocket recorder. Georgia law says we're a one-party state. I observe that.
And what does that mean? What's your understanding?
The only party needs to know that.
Calls for the witness to speak about the law.
Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So you keep it in your record. At what point, specifically with your interview with Flores Nava, do you recall turning on your recorder?
Before I spoke to him, my recorder was on. I never let anyone know that I've activated. I have to actually push the button for record. I'm real good at slipping it back in, and then I begin my interviews. But I never do anything where I'm holding out like a microphone. I don't want anyone to know. I want free and unfettered testimony from whoever I'm talking to.
And we talked about deleting of recordings. Is it practical to delete recordings at the scene of a crime? Why or why not?
I don't even understand why anyone would delete a recording at a crime scene. I mean, or anywhere else. With the advent of digital technology, you had these recordings for your notes later. You want to have all your information.
And again, did you, as it relates to Mr. Bean, Mr. Flores Nava, or any of the interviews that you conducted as it relates to this case, have you ever deleted any of those recordings?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
All right. Now, I want to go back to the video interview and go over particular portions of this interview.
Okay.
I'm going to first go to approximately 10 at 10:28:47. And we're going to start there. And we're going to start a little bit earlier at 10:27:49.
Okay, cool. I'm being straight with you. I ain't cut no corners. The day we pulled up at my spot. I pulled up at my spot.
What's your spot?
Fuck y'all. Let's on Macon Drive. I pulled up down on Macon Drive.
What's that address?
Which you probably seen a black camera on. I can't really remember the address of the spot because I got like two spots. But the first one of the spots that's across the street would be 2246, and I think the one over there is 2323 Macon.
Okay. That's okay.
You know,
Where I met your wife was 2333,
2233.
2230.
Okay. That's where I pulled in, parked. About 15, 20, 30 minutes later, Brian pulled up. He called me, said he need to come holler at me about some things. I was like, okay, cool, bro. He pulled up, and got one thug.
Cool. Let me make sure I got these names right. Brian pulled up, and then what happened after Brian pulled up? You in the camera?
Yes, sir. I mean, as I pulled and jump out and just shoot the shit for a minute. And Brian called me, said, come to see me. So I said, come on, Brian, come chop it up with me or whatever. So Brian come, and guy Young Thug roll up, said, hey man, I just seen a dude with about 23,000 on him. You know what I'm saying?
Who's that?
Who? That's what Young Thug said.
Young Thug said,
yeah, out the blue.
is he that kid that's with the dreadlocks? You always talking about McDonald's?
Right.
Real skinny though, wearing pants like white boys. Skinny. Yeah, okay.
He screamed, he seen the guy was...
Okay, I'm going to pause at 10:29:31. At this point in the interview, is Adrian Bean the first person to bring up the name Young Thug?
Yes.
All right. And prior to this portion in the interview, was the only time you heard about Thug's involvement on the jail calls that you were listening to prior to this interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to the jail calls or this portion of the interview, had you heard of that name, Young Thug, as it relates to this particular incident?
No.
And it was Bean who introduced that name?
Absolutely.
Now I'm going to forward to 10:32 to 10:33.
There was a lot of the detectives when they first came to talk to me, and I told them that's probably the lies you talking about. I told them that Big Fred was riding and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is
A rapper.
wait a minute, so Young Thug, what age is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat.
No, he's in front with me.
Okay, so let me make sure I got the C-track. You said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning.
Yeah. So I told a few bullshit lies. I ain't gonna keep with you. I'm just keeping all the way live, man. You know what I'm saying?
Big Fred.
Like I told the police officer, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, none of this even supposed to occur. My manager come home, Fred,
So what about the guy with the money?
So I'm going to pause at 10:33:46. Now, when Mr. Bean advised you that he told the other officers or he told the detectives, were you aware of who he may have been speaking or referencing when he made that portion of his statement?
No.
Okay. And do you know where these conversations may have taken place? Whatever conversation he's referencing right now, do you know where it could potentially have been taking place?
Where he was getting taken into custody, where he was getting arrested. somewhere on Cleveland between that and Old Hateville Road.
I would object to the,
Basis.
it would be speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know?
No.
All right. Were you aware of him being detained by police on scene?
Yes.
And were you aware of any detectives who detained him while on scene?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that detained him while on scene?
Detectives Porter and Booker Higgins.
And do you know at this point how long he was on scene before being transported either to Grady or to the Fulton County Jail?
I mean, I can estimate between 40 minutes and an hour. I mean, I don't really know because that's not what I was tracking at the time.
Okay. But you do know that Booker Higgins and Porter.
It's going to be reading, I apologize.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Also within this portion of the video, he also begins to place where people were sitting in the car. Prior to this portion of the interview, were you aware of people's placement in the vehicle?
No.
And was it Mr. Bean who introduced the people's placement inside of that vehicle?
Yes, it was.
Now I'm going to excuse me. And let me ask you this. We talked about no one going down to Grady Hospital. Between September 11, 2013 and September 17, 2013, did you direct anyone to go to the jail to speak to Mr. Adrian Bean?
Not at all.
Now I'm going to go to 1034-21. We're going to start at 1032-38.
All right?
It was a lot of the detectives when they first came and talked to me, and I told them that's probably the lies you talking about. I told them that Big Fred was riding and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred. Young Thug is a rapper. Wait a minute, so Young Thug, what stage is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat. No, he's in front with me. Okay, so let me make sure I got the seat track. You said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning. Yeah. So I told a few bullshit lies. I ain't gonna keep lying with them. I can always lie, man. You know what I'm saying? Big Fred. You know, like I told the police officer, you know, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, then none of this is even supposed to occur. You know, so my man just come home from prison. So what about the guy with the money? Sir? What about this guy with the money? What Thug came to you with a lick, it sound like? No, they went to check on the lick. The lick was dead. The lick was dead. The lick was dead. I guess when DK got in the car, you see any money on him? No, sir. I had $345 a month. Yeah, I know. It's in property. I saw it down there. I had my own money sheet. Yes, sir. I had my own $345 in check and working cash in my pocket. It had nothing to do with what was going on up in Summerdale, right? No, sir. All right. Did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car? You got Big Fred with a gun. You got DK with a gun. You got Thug with a gun. Big Fred. What kind of gun did Big Fred have? Don't go get him. You think you can recognize him? He had a 9mm Ruger. Fred had a 9mm Ruger. Go slow for me, because I'm slow. Okay. DK had a little bitty, small, little gray looking gun. You know what kind? I just know. Small and gray? Yes, sir. Was it automatic or was it, I was in a lot, man. Alright, but you don't know what his was, 9 or 40, 45? What kind of DK had? clothes and stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that was that.
Big Fred.
The younger guys, I don't know what they be having, what their attention is, or what they be on, or whatever, but they is way beyond what we're on. You know what I'm saying? They go by a whole nother means of getting their money.
That's for sure.
To get my money. These younger guys, they like to rob, take, and do all this other stuff.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to put that clip, you know what I mean? I don't rob, I never rob, I ain't got no rapping for no robbery and stuff, for juvenile or something like that, but since that, I've been straightforward, you know what I mean? Trying to raise my family and whatever.
What kind of gun a young thug had, you can remember?
I didn't see thugs.
Okay, but how do you know he had one when he got shot?
He had a gun. He keep a gun on.
How much was the lien gonna be? How much was they paying for the lien?
It's your pop. Supposed to be $150 for the lien, it's 50-50.
Okay, we're gonna pause at 10:36:09. You're on permission to go up to the board.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't do it yet, but I'll tell you. Now, in that section, he talked about a number of different things. So first, what do you recall him telling you the placement of everyone inside the vehicle was?
He said Adrian Bean was the driver himself. Big Fred Procedural was in the front passenger seat. Walter D.K. Murphy was in the rear driver's seat. He said that Jeffrey Williams, he called him Thug, was in the rear passenger seat behind Big Fred.
Okay. All right. Now, let me ask you this. He said a few things, and you talked about hustling, that he was a hustler and they were robbers. Do you recall that portion?
I recall that.
In your 30 years of being a law enforcement officer, a patrol officer, what is your understanding of what a hustler is? Wait back, is there a distinction between a hustler and a robber?
It depends who you're talking to, but hustlers generally, in my experience, people that get money from ill-gotten gains, drugs, they're not necessarily robbers, but it can rise to that given the right opportunity.
And when he said, I hustle, I don't do robbing, in your years, what was your understanding of what Bean was trying to communicate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it's his understanding.
I'll rule the objection. Do you have an objection, Mr. Steele?
I had the same objection as y'all.
Okay. I'll rule the objection, sir. He can answer it if he can.
In my experience, Bean was describing himself as a nonviolent felon. He gets his money in the streets without causing any kind of force or harm to people.
And that's what he's telling you.
That's what he's saying to me.
Okay. Now, he also talked about individuals who had weapons in the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to Big Fred, do you recall what type of weapon he said that, did he say that Big Fred had a weapon?
He did.
What kind of weapon does he say Big Fred had?
He said Big Fred had a 9mm.
Do you remember what kind of 9mm?
It was an automatic handgun, and he just said a 9 or a 9mm.
Okay. Let me go back for a moment. I'm going to go back to 10:33:59, if you could just listen.
No, sir. I had $345 a month.
Yeah, I know it's his property. I saw it down there.
I had my own money.
Sheet.
Yes, sir. I had my own $345 in check and worth of cash in my pocket.
It had nothing to do with what was going on up in Summerdale, right?
No, sir.
All right. Did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in
Go get it. You think you can recognize it? He has a 9mm Red had a 9mm Ruger.
Do you hear what specific type of gun Adrian Bean said Big Fred had?
Just heard he said a 9mm Ruger being the maker.
What about DK? Did you recall if he gave a description of the type of gun that DK had?
He said DK had a little small gun. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but a smaller handgun, automatic.
Did he give you a color description?
Silver.
And then was he able to tell you what kind of gun Thug had?
He couldn't describe it, but he talked about knowing he always had one.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. It's State's Exhibit 102C. Looking at State's Exhibit 102C, what portion of the vehicle is State's Exhibit 102C?
For the blind guy, looked like the front passenger seat.
And is there a gun marked by a placard marker 3?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted in State's Exhibit 114C. Looking at State's Exhibit 114C, can you see on the front of that box the number placard that's on that box?
The APD number, the 2013 number.
No, the number that is the item number.
114C.
This item number right here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Number 3.
All right. Is that consistent with that 3 that's inside of State's Exhibit 102C?
Yeah, I can do number 3s. I'm sorry, say it again. Ms. Hill.
Is that 3 consistent with what's in State's Exhibit 102C that's on the screen?
Yes, it is.
All right. And if you could look, does it have a description on 102C on that evidence sticker, what type of gun is in that box?
Yeah, this is actually the sticker I printed out back in 2013 myself. It's one black Ruger 9mm pistol.
Okay. And if you can open the box. And is that Ruger 9mm?
That's it?
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 104C. And if you can do me a favor, can you just take your right hand and open up and show that gun that's inside of that?
Okay. Let me put on 2 so we get it right.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 104C. Are those two, what are we looking at, 104C?
This is the rear driver's side, rear driver's side passenger foot area where these 2 firearms were located.
And showing you what's been already admitted is 115C and 116C. Are those the 2 weapons that were collected from the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can open up both 115 and 116C,
15 right here.
and if you can hold that up, again, does it appear to the barrel of that gun to be a silver barrel to that gun?
Yes.
Okay. And what about looking at 116C? looking at Safety Exhibit 4, 102C and 104C, were those guns consistent with where Adrian Bean said the individuals who had guns were seated in the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Prior to speaking to or meeting with Adrian Bean, had you showed him any of these pictures?
No.
Okay. Had you talked to him about the pictures that were on the scene on September 11, 2013?
Not about photos.
Had you had any conversations that they found a Ruger in the front driver's seat of the vehicle, front passenger seat of the vehicle?
I didn't.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Adrian Bean that they found two guns in the back seat, both having silver portions of that gun?
No, I didn't collect the guns at the scene.
Okay. Why didn't you show Mr. Bean these pictures?
I just wanted his testimony without any prompting.
You can take that in. Now going back.
Can I take these?
Yes, you can take those off. That want to go to approximately 10 minutes and 37 seconds, 10 minutes, 10, 37, 10. We're going to actually start at 10:37:08.
Bang, bang, no family man.
Sorry, 10:37:08 is when we started playing. You're welcome.
I come home free. So, you know what I'm saying? So, DK, who's he friends with in the car? Thug. Him and Thug, they down with each other. They gangbang. They probably sell some type of blood. How long you known Thug? I know his father. I've been on his father over a couple of years now. You know what I mean? And like I said, Thug just started coming around. But how long have you known he exists as a human being? How long you know he's a rapper? I can't. How long? I don't remember. In years. Get a guess. Because I don't know his real name. What's his real name? Lil Jeff. That's all I know. They call him Lil Jeff. But you don't know his last name. What is daddy's last name? I don't know his daddy's last name. I know his dad's name Jeff Rowe. Lil Jeff. Jeff. Okay. I'll figure that out before we leave. Man, it's not hard. So the guy in the car with you is Ken Carrot. If you saw a picture of him again, would you recognize him?
We're going to stop at 10:38:04. During this portion of the interview, do you recall asking Mr. Bean how long he had known Young Thug?
Yes.
And do you recall him or hear him respond, I know him, he's a rapper since I came from nothing? Did you hear when he said that?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. Were you aware or familiar with the mixtape by an individual Young Thug titled I Came From Nothing?
Who, me personally?
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Mr. Hilton, before you posit your next question, ladies and gentlemen, comfort break?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Let's take 10 minutes and then we'll come back and see where we are in terms of lunchtime hour, okay? All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my jury's left us. We're in recess for 10 minutes. Hey, Wes? Do we have control of the terms people buying here? I had to call him. I had to call Aaron Butler. All right, if not, I'll just go to Fulton. All right. Council, as I understand it, lunch is available for some of our participants. So I'm going to go ahead and call our jurors and let's just release them for lunch. And then we can come back at about 1:15. All right? Okay. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, given that it's the lunchtime hour, we're going to go ahead and just recess for lunch and have you all come back for 1:15, okay? All right. Remember the admonitions that I've given you. Detective Quinn, if you'll just rejoin us at 1:15 as well, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess and enjoy your lunch, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury's left us. You're in recess until 1:15. All right. We're in recess. All right, councilors, if we could go ahead and get seated.
Is that on purpose?
All right, Sergeant Ingram, everybody here?
Yes, sir. Everybody's present and accounted
What
for.
about our jurors?
All of them are present and accounted for.
Okay, can we ask Detective Quinn to rejoin us, please? All right, so summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Quinn, during the course of your time with Mr. Bean, there was a portion of the recording in which you replayed a few jail calls for Mr. Bean. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, why did you play those calls for Mr. Bean?
I wanted to confront him with conversations he had with his wife and this unknown third party that was on the phone. The course of events were curious for me. I wanted to make sure he confirmed that was all truthful information.
Okay. And court's indulgence for a quick moment. And were those calls the same calls that, some of the calls that we listened to earlier before we began playing Mr. Bean's statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, after playing the calls for him, and I will pull this portion up in the interview in a moment, there's a portion when you kind of recap based upon what information you gleaned from the jail calls, what your understanding, what you believe happened on September 11, 2013. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury, why did you recap your understanding of what happened based upon what you heard from the jail calls?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering.
You're right. It's explaining his interview with Adrian Bean, why he operated in this way as a part of his investigation, Your Honor.
I'll remove the objection.
I'll object to that on relevance. The reason he did something is irrelevant.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer it, sir, if you can.
thank you. Up until that point in my investigation, the driver of the getaway car, which I'm calling the burgundy Nissan Altima, was a mystery. When I listened to the audio tape of the jail calls, I wanted that person, Adrian Bean, who spoke on those calls, to confirm for in fact for me that he was the driver. That's what it was about.
And there's a portion of the interview. Courtney, just 1 second, Sharon. Share it. Can you go to 1059? No, I didn't go 10. Go back to 1059. And yeah, when we share the screen, we're going to start at 10 minutes and 57. 10.
Yes, ma'am.
57. On state exhibit 176, Charlie Bravo.
That's what the tapes are telling. Mr. Kearns. Let me ask you this while we're getting this portion situated. Do you recall there being a portion in which Mr. Bean discusses what happened once him and the three other individuals got out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall him talking about Mr. Williams, or excuse me, Thug, and he climbed over the wall?
I do.
You know what I mean? The niggas, they told us about the liquor, whatever. We followed them up to some of this.
Who told you? I want to know who. Everybody knows.
Those with the see the liquor. Alright, you know what I'm saying? He come get us, tell us the boy sitting up.
What did he say exactly?
He said, niggas sitting up there at Ken shop with 10, 15,000 on them. I just seen the money in the bag, man. Ken done whooped up and got the money already. The money gone. You see what I'm saying? Ken got the money. Ain't no such thing as 10, 15,000 up there no more.
Yeah, but you were excited about hearing that number, so what happens next?
Okay, cool. We go check it out. Look at it, see what's going on. Boom. They ain't up there. They come back flying past, make a drive. We see them. Boom. We follow them on up to Summerdale. Now we in Summerdale.
What do you follow? What kind of car you follow?
We follow them the gray. It's gray. I want to say Pontiac car.
Well, you say great car. You don't know what kind of
Gray Dodge.
All right, that's
Dodge,
cool.
Pontiac.
Follow the Dodge.
Gray Dodge.
All right.
And you know, we get up through there. You know,
Through where? You gotta say where.
Summerdale. DK jump out the car, whatever. You know what I mean?
Why did y'all pick him?
Sir.
Why did y'all pick that motherfucker to get out? And all the motherfuckers.
I don't know why Thug didn't get out. It was his leg.
He sat in the car in the back seat like a bitch.
This is man. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no who pick who. It's his man. He tell his foot soldiers what to do. I'm no gangbang, I'm no blood, nothing. He tell him,
showing your record.
he tell him, hey, you go get it. You know what I'm saying?
What did he say exactly? What did Thug say?
He told us go get the money. So he told him, he said go get the money, go take the money, come on back. So he told him, go take the money, come on back.
All right, so is that before or after you backed in? In the market?
We back then, he told him go get the money.
All right. Where's that Taurus you were worried? You were worried about that Taurus. You weren't sure.
No, the Taurus, all of them are together.
Is the Taurus in front of you or behind you? The police Taurus was talking.
Police Taurus in front of me.
Did you know it was police? Because it sounded like he was nervous like that. Let me find out what the fuck is Taurus.
I didn't know it was the police.
You may know what else the rest of the motherfuckers ain't even included on that shit. I'll be like, hold on, let me see. I see a car.
Sure. And I heard the police now. And after that, I went to look, a check, and then like that, because I wouldn't know then, you know, that the police out here don't do it. But I just want to make sure it's a car, the police in the car, right? You know what I'm saying? So the car going on there. Okay, boom. We back in. DK just, Thug says DK go get the money, whatever. He get out, boom. 2 minutes later, he's popping shots. You feel what I'm saying? He ain't had time to take no money.
You see who was shooting at?
He ain't had time to take no money. He was shooting.
Got money.
You see what I'm saying?
He got money.
Only see
How you see all that money on the ground when you were in the back of that police car? You had to see all that money on the ground.
Nah,
Okay. All right.
I didn't even know he had took no money.
He got a stack.
You see what I'm saying?
He got
I ain't making. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. One guy run this way, another guy run that way, another guy run that way.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? Now, everybody go run in straight.
Who did you? Because you were saying to your wife, I wish I would have ran with Thug because he got away. Which way did he go?
So, me and Thug got a car. We jumped. Big Fred can go. Me and Thug, Big Fred got. He couldn't move together apparently because he was shot or whatever. Thug jumped the wall. I jumped the wall. I jumped up here. Thug went behind the Dollar King, and I jumped over in the parking lot. As I'm running across the parking lot, that's when the police car come run me over.
Okay. What kind of?
I'm going to stop it here at 11:03:31. Now, going back approximately around 11 o'clock, Bean finally says, you know, that's some bullshit. That's what I told you the first time. I'm going to tell you the real, something to that effect.
Okay.
What was your understanding of what he told you the first time?
Well, he's talking about an actual transaction that was supposed to take place about buying some lean.
Okay. And when your understanding of first time, do you know what he's concerning the first time? Is it in that interview or something else?
This interview right here.
Your Honor, that would be speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Within the course of this interview, had you had a previous discussion about the lien portion of this
Yes.
incident? All right. And at this point, did the lien conversation happen prior to 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Also around 11:01 in this particular portion, he speaks about foot soldiers. Who was being referencing as to being Thug's foot soldiers?
I understood it to be Walter Murphy.
Okay. And when he also said, talked about they are gangbangers, who was he referencing?
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Now, right about where we paused at 11:03, Adrian Bean talks about individuals going over the wall. Thug and him hopped over the wall. Do you recall hearing that in this portion? As part of your investigation, prior to speaking to Bean, did you have evidence from other witnesses of individuals going over the wall?
The police officers that were stationed or positioned at the bottom of the parking lot of 126 Cleveland and Quinn Laundry, they had expressed that.
And who were those officers?
That would be Officer Black, and I think he had a rookie. She was a rookie officer. I just remember her first name as being Ashley.
Okay. Does Ashley Davis sound familiar?
There you go, Ashley Davis.
And that information that you had prior to speaking with Adrian Bean, had you ever disclosed to Adrian Bean what Officer Black and Officer Ashley, as you remember, told you?
No.
And was what Adrian Bean told you right here in the interview consistent with what they said? What Officer Black and Officer Ashley said?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 11 minutes, restart at 11:04.
The robbery, that's what I'm trying to tell you. As we went in some of the robbery wasn't no robbery because he could have got out, Thug could have got out, DK could have got out, they could have went on here and hunted their business. Thug said DK, he didn't really just say go get the money, he was like, go ahead and get it. So I don't know what's going on by, you know what I'm saying? No, all right, but as I tell my family, what you hear me tell my family is about the robbery because that's what went on. Well, you're robbing this boy red, but you drive. You just drive. But you know they're going to get his money from him, and he's not going to, like, give it to him voluntarily. You got to know that. Yeah, I know you're going to know they're going to take his money. All right, so let me ask you this. I got to get sure I got the seat placed in the car. I'm not understanding how nobody got hurt worse now. Was there a girl in the car anywhere? No girl. You had to hire that from your wife. There is no girl nowhere. No girl, no girl. Okay, the girl that they think is a girl, Officer Quinn. So I ain't mean to touch it. The girl that think is a girl is Thug, man. I get you, Thug, man. Thug got the wild hair. They think okay. There you go. I'm gonna just keep it all. Okay, all right. Cause he looked a little bit like you, man. I mean, you know.
And I'm going to stop at 11:05:07. Up until this portion at 11:05:07, were you still under that impression of looking for a female driver?
Just trying to rule out that there was a female driver.
And at this point, is that clarified for you?
Yes, it is.
And why is that, or how is that clarified for you?
Adrian Bean declares he, in fact, was the driver of the getaway car.
And why did you ask if Bean was just trying to hide something from his wife?
I just thought maybe if a female was in the car, maybe trying to conceal her from his wife. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't out there, that there's some unknown female still at large.
Okay. Going to resume at 11:05:07.
180 of these little motherfuckers. He does look a little bit like over 180 of these little motherfuckers. So with me, I'm a family man. I ain't trying to get in conflict. Where's Doug sit? Up front or in the back? He's in the back with BK. You know what I'm saying? You got who's up front with you? You got me and Big Fred. Me and you and Big Fred up front driving, Big Fred on the passenger seat, Doug behind Big Fred, BK behind the driver. That's me. Who's behind Big Fred? Doug. Doug's behind Big Fred. Damn, so one day he can get hit. Doug's behind Big Fred. So I'm wondering, do you think Thug shot DK in the back? Is it possible? I mean, in the back? I thought it said he shot in the leg. I thought Fred shot in the back. I'm sorry, Fred shot in the back, but he's up front. So I'm saying this. I can't say Thug or DK. How many shots did you hear? I saw where it's crashing over the wall. How many shots did you hear in the car? Because the police ain't near y'all. You gotta wait. No, I'm saying I heard one shot. I heard one shot. But I can't say it was a shot because it was like a crash. I can't say this person
pause at 11:06:34. Earlier in this portion, did you hear when Adrian Bean said it's about 180 of those motherfuckers? Did you hear him say that?
I heard that.
Did you know what he was referencing when he made that comment?
What I understood to be the membership of particular gang members.
Okay. And is that relation to him talking about Walter, Murphy, or DK and Thug?
Correct.
I'm going to restart at 11:13:19.
And you really cleared something up for me, the Thug, and I gotta go out here and find a picture of this joker. Because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car. Yeah. All right. Okay, let me,
Now, I can't testify, I can't do none of that, you know what I'm saying?
all right, you ain't gotta testify.
I don't want you to put me on blast front street.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is,
Gonna make my-
I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you on the bottom. I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And it went, who knew the police were going to be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got.
I'm going to pause at 11:14:26. In this portion, did you hear when Mr. Bean said, you know, I can't testify, I don't want to be put on blast?
Yes,
Okay. Have you heard the term on blast before, prior to him saying that?
absolutely.
What was your understanding, or what is your understanding what on blast means?
Make your identity public, get your name in those streets, couple different ways to explain it.
And his sentiment of not wanting to testify in court, was that the first time as an investigator you have ever heard someone, a suspect, someone who's a possible co-defendant, a co-conspirator, ever say that they don't want to testify in court?
Most.
Overrule the objection, sir.
In my experience, most don't.
And why?
Sir? Yes. Say again?
Army rule. And its applicability.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It pertain to all defendants.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, you may continue, madam.
All right. So,
Of course, we won't.
as relates to hearing the sentiment, just generally of individuals not wanting to testify, particularly co-conspiring cases, what is your understanding why they do not want to testify or be put on blast?
Well, my experience is they don't want to get hurt. They don't want members of their family getting hurt.
Okay. Now, being in this instance, as well as the previous section that was played for you, gave you the positions of everybody in the car. Within this time period, was this at least the second or third time that he gave you the position of everybody in the car?
It's like the third time.
Okay. And after he gave you the position of individuals in the car the first time, had that position ever changed?
I sustain the objection. That was Mr. Steele.
Yes, sir.
Was there at any point that it was not consistent with what he told you the first time?
Same objection.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. During the course of your interview with Mr. Bean, if you had something incorrect, was Mr. Bean able to correct you based upon your recitation of what you said?
Absolutely. One in particular, he got me back on track.
Okay. When was that?
I don't know what was up with me at the time, but I'd gotten DK and I got Big Fred confused. He corrected me as far as seat placement was concerned.
Now I want to go to 11:15:40.
The citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice.
Well, let's start a little bit earlier at 11:14.
So let's
11.
work in the street though. If they move, do they get more money than you? They get
I mean, everybody in the car gonna probably, you know what I mean, spit out eating. You know what I mean? Gonna be no.
Let me ask you this. Somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. How do you, what if word got back? You know, let's say everything went right, you got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me, everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do that in the city, man. I've been robbed
It's been
4
going
times
on,
this year.
and you seen Joe in the
I've
store,
been robbed 4 times this year.
and you probably been seeing the person that robbed.
You know what I mean?
Have you? So you know where they are?
I ain't gonna tell you that.
Oh, you don't?
I've been robbed 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We got hustlers in these streets. I mean, you can't pick up the phone.
But when the game first started, I know you were young.
They just took my drugs or something like that. So, you know what I mean? It's all drug money, it's weed, you know what I mean? They selling weed, drugs, you know what I mean? So, you know, who's gonna call the cops and tell the cops that I just got a wrong drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took off for their money and something like that.
Don't even report.
You know what I'm saying?
Now they gotta go talk to their boss manager.
It happened, like you say, this particular day right here, police was on the scene, DK get out.
Why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops? Or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know it.
Going to pause at 11:16:51. Now, during this portion from 11:15:40 to about 11:16:41, was Adrian Bean discussing drug dealers and whether or not they report getting robbed, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, is what he said uncommon, that drug dealers generally do not report getting robbed?
In my experience, they charge it back to the gang. They don't report it.
And when you say they charge it back to the gang, what do you mean?
It's just life in the streets, you know. live by the sword, die by the sword. I mean, it's a bunch of different ways to explain it, but they're going to go ahead and take that loss as opposed to exposing whatever they're doing to law enforcement.
Now, going to take you back when Adrian Bean said that him and Thug jumped over the fences. Have you seen pictures of the fences that were outside at 126 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if those fences had barbed wiring?
I haven't seen them in about 10 in a while.
Okay.
Several days, but I know there were some fences, and I know I couldn't get over them.
And why you said you couldn't get over, tell me what you mean.
Bad knees.
All right. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever had experience of seeing suspects jumping over barbed wire fences?
I work, yes. Can I explain?
Well, I think there's an objection.
Sir.
Foundation, in your experience as an officer,
I sustain the objection.
Have you
You can lay some more foundation now.
have you ever seen a suspect scale or get over a barbed wire fence?
Absolutely.
All right. And so is that uncommon?
That's a Tuesday. That's not uncommon.
Now going to 11:45:32. We're gonna start at 11:45, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on, brother? Cool.
I'm trying to hit you on the thing. How did you?
Yeah, it goes right to my desk. It goes right to my desk. And based on this, we get in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right, we're going right outside the door. You said young thug had crazy hair like a girl. This kid is named Jeffrey Williams. That's the young thug you talking about? All right, let me then go outside. They make me put handcuffs on you. So, can you work your business with your handcuffs on?
I just had a.
Actually, man, fuck that.
I ain't going with that.
I gotta at least put the ankle chains on you. So you think it's
Put the handcuffs to the dick, man. That's gonna kill me.
But they real funny about these. I'm gonna put it really loose. We're just walking 2 steps outside. You ain't had to walk for us.
You just strutting. I'm going right down to the left.
Fuck me.
Busting me
All
up.
right, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take the whole thing off. Lift up. Now, how long have you known Thug? You say you knew his daddy.
I've been on the dad since the football field for like a couple of years ago.
He used to play football skinny years?
I know his dad coached my son 2 years ago.
All right, I gotta put these on.
No,
Put it on front.
Not a Roselle fan.
Say it one more time.
Not a Roselle fan. Recreation Center on Cleveland Avenue.
Oh, that was new when they built at the end of the road. Never been in there.
Been out there.
I know, but see, I was over there in the 80s. It's still new to me. I was over there back when all that shit was hot. All right.
We're going to stop at 11:47:05. The picture that's currently in the screen on the table, who is that a picture of?
That's Jeffrey Williams.
And is that who Adrian Bean identified as Thug?
Yes, he did.
And is that person in which he was referencing within this entire interview?
Correct.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify him by article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's sitting between Mr. Steele and the brother, the gentleman with the bald head. He's got on a nice suit.
Now, I will stipulate that all of the Detective Quinn identifies
It shall. It shall, Mr. Adams, to complete the record.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that that Detective Quinn has identified Mr. Jeffrey Williams. I'm going to start at 11:50. We'll start a little bit early, 11:49:50.
Operation talk to him. I don't know what's up, but I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why the situation happened.
I don't want to charge with something that happened to Red.
Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation. Is what I meant to say. That day, I didn't necessarily have a chance to run down things with him. I'm trying to find out exactly everything. My main concern was the people that were injured. You were injured. The other two guys were. Make sure you guys were healthy first. They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You both, all three of y'all. Sterling has
I gave you the real story.
well, they're not going to, if they don't tell you nothing,
They ain't really come tell you nothing extra.
they have to know.
They're not going to come.
But they have. They have said, they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is.
When you said there, they said Red was robbing y'all, who are you referencing?
The individuals that were in the car.
Which individuals?
Frederick Prothro, Walter Murphy.
If you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. And if you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree,
She know. Can you talk to her?
I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but the thing of it is, this is an investigation. I got to understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were going to run them over. You know, they were scared of the car.
I ain't with no one else police officer. Okay. I ain't seen no police officer. Me personally, seeing the police, I would have stopped. I would have stopped. If I had seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would have actually stopped.
So who did you think was blocking you in?
I don't want no trouble or none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in?
I'm trying to get the folks at DK. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You thought it was the people
You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking maybe, you know what I'm saying? We getting combed off here. I ain't know nothing about it.
Oh, okay. So you thinking the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I ain't seen it. If I seen blue suit, shit, I'm stopping.
Okay. Well, everybody, the witnesses for the party,
Just like I said,
the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform. They got out of the car.
I don't know what they seen. You know, I can't.
You didn't see it.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Who's who and what's what.
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out the car and hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is. You do too.
12 ain't backed up in no car.
Listen to me. You already told me the car backed up the Taurus. See, back when you came with it. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking. You saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said
You did not understand. Everything I'm telling them, it makes sense. Now that I got hit by a police car. Well, I know it's 12. You see what I'm saying?
Bean, you knew it was 12 up there.
I know it's from the apartments. Cause you call them 12. Look from the
You're trying to get away from 12. Yeah, that's the one thing you're going to hold on to. You hold on to.
I listen to that. I'm telling you, I know it's 12 because the same car ran me over. You're not getting that far right there. That's how I know it's 12. For me to get in here and tell my wife who these folks is, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know these were these people at the time this was going on.
So you say the same car you saw in the parking lot that blocked you in, eventually the car ran you over.
Well, the one that was near your car. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm trying to tell you. The stuff that I'm telling them, some of that stuff true, some of it's not true.
So when did you know it was going to shot the guy down?
She hit me with the car now. I know damn. When I see them, I see the car. I'm like, damn, this is police. Police just ran over the car. So this is the damn police. So I can tell my wife in this story. Right? You know what I'm saying? Well, from the beginning, from me to you, I can't tell you this is the police. Okay. Because I would have stopped for the police.
All right. That makes sense what you said. That makes sense what you said. So that'll be up to whoever makes that decision what they believe.
I'll put that down. You see what I'm saying? From the beginning, I can't say this is 12. Okay. But after, yeah, this is the same car that got me. Yeah, I can tell my wife this is police. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
All right. That's your story. Well, let me get over here. You got a hearing tomorrow about something.
Nah, I got to go next Thursday.
Oh, okay.
For this aggravated assault.
I won't talk about that. I won't talk about that.
You already told me, you know.
So I'm gonna stop right here at 11:55:33. Right here at this point where he told him, I don't want to talk about that. Why didn't you want to talk about his other case that he had?
That's an uninvolved crime. That's none of my business as law enforcement.
And when he says none of your business as law enforcement, explain that. What do you mean?
I don't want to jeopardize whatever case that other law enforcement entity may have against him by getting him to say things about it. I want to keep things focused on the police-involved shooting, use of deadly force by the police officer, and what I believe to be a robbery that took place up in Somerdale Commons.
And a little bit earlier in this portion, you were talking, he was asking you about Red and whether or not Red came forward, and you said, I can't talk about, or I can't get into that part of the investigation. Why couldn't you tell Bean about whatever conversation that you had with Derek Dotson or Dirty Red at that time?
The investigation was ongoing, number one. I wanted to make sure I hadn't charged anyone with anything. I wanted to maintain the integrity of Dirty Red or Derek Dotson's life, his future, his family.
Okay. We're going to pick up at 11:55:33.
That's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up. So right now I'm charged with, well, what it looks like to me, I'm still not charged with anything. I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm going to sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm old with this shit. You know, ain't no rush. So, like I said, I don't do no robbery, man. I want to get everything in the queue. You know, but like you said, I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I got to learn to be obsessed with whatever the fuck these niggas I did, so. It is what it is, man. I just like to know them and not to know, you know what I mean? Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen. So, why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, really nothing to just tell me what's going on. You know, I'm going to make a stand. I'm going to put these behind you. I'm going to leave off this shut ankle chain.
We're going to pause at 11:56:43. Why did you ask Bean why they talk so freely like that on those jail calls?
Personally, I just always, in my history working in Atlanta Police Homicide, once we got tapes, I would just ask people after I spoke with them, why are you talking on the tape? It doesn't make any sense to me, you know, if it's stuff that you want to keep close to the vest.
And
It's always an exit question.
And when you say y'all know we listening, was that a rhetorical question or a literal question?
It was literal. I mean, there's a recording that goes on and tells the user of that jail phone exactly who's listening to it. Law enforcement.
When you going back to those calls, just specifically, when you listen to Adrian Bean's phone jail recordings, did you hear him telling his wife about felonies that he had committed as a part of this incident on September 11, 2013?
Yes,
And let me ask, is it a felony to shoot someone?
absolutely.
Is it a felony to possess a gun while you may be on probation?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking the witness to provide a legal conclusion.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm going to speak on the law.
I stand the question.
Given what you heard on that jail calls, was Adrian Bean implicated himself in this armed robbery?
Yes.
And at this point, only based upon what he said in this interview, do you know why he was speaking to his wife about this particular armed robbery? That he,
Basis.
I'm going to say speculative.
I stand objection.
okay. All right. You can stop sharing. Now, let me ask you this, just a few additional questions about this interview. Again, prior to meeting with Adrian Bean, did you have any conversations with him about any of the other evidence you had gathered up until the point in which you met with Mr. Bean?
Not at all.
And was there information that Mr. Bean told you that was corroborated by the other evidence you had gathered up until this point in time?
I would say so.
At any point, did you have a desire or want Mr. Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug as part of this case?
Your Honor, that's for the jury to determine.
You're right.
I'll rule the objection. Well, I'll sustain this to form, rephrase it.
Did you have any vendetta against Mr. Williams or the person known as Young Thug as a part of this case?
Not at all.
Outside of the video interview and the recorded portion all the way up until you dropped Mr. Bean off at the jail, did you have any further conversation with Adrian Bean about this case that was not recorded?
Not at all.
And did you ever tell Adrian Bean to make Young Thug or DK or Frederick Prothrow to be a part of this case at all?
No.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you have any evidence tested for touch DNA?
Yes.
Okay, what evidence did you have tested?
Based off the interviews I conducted with Bean, based off the 3 firearms located at the laundromat inside the car at 126 Cleveland, I had those 3 weapons tested against the occupants of the car, all 3 that I knew of, Frederick Prothrow, Walter Murphy, and Adrian Bean.
And did you learn of those results?
I did.
What were those results?
Well, one of the guns, okay, how do you want me to, I probably need you to have me break it down.
Sure. Was there any DNA found on any of the guns that came back to any one person?
I believe Walter Murphy, there was DNA evidence on Walter Murphy.
On a foundation basis.
I'll stand the question. You can lay some more foundation.
Did you receive the report, the GBI report in this case?
I did back in 2013, I did, yeah.
Did you review that report prior to you making any decision about arrest warrants in this case?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part, Ms. Hilton.
Sure. Did you review that report prior to making any decisions about arrest warrants in this case?
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this. Were there any guns that did not come out with any clear DNA on it?
Yes.
Okay. What happened with that piece of evidence, that gun?
there was no way to, there was no DNA on the gun that could be loaded up to what's called the CODIS database. And therefore, there would be no one linked to that particular piece of evidence or that firearm.
Okay. And you talked about getting samples from both Walter Murphy, Frederick Prothrow, and Adrian Bean. Did you ever get any DNA samples from Jeffrey Williams?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because the gun I was told that he was a part of with the interview with Adrian Bean was inconclusive.
And why did the fact that it was inconclusive? Why didn't you go and get? I know it makes, I understand it, but explain it again. Like, if it's inconclusive, so what does that mean?
The way I work my investigations, I don't arrest anyone based off someone else's testimony only. Got to have another piece of evidence. Based off what Bean told me, he said that was Thug's gun in the back of the car. I tested it. It was inconclusive. It was too many contributors on that particular piece of evidence. They couldn't upload it. So I wasn't going to just take Bean's word based off my reputation, the way I do things, to get an arrest warrant for Jeffrey Williams just on his word only. I needed another prong or something to corroborate what Bean had put up for me.
And transitioning into that, who did you take out arrest warrants for in this case?
Adrian Bean, Frederick Prothrow, and Walter Murphy.
And do you recall when you took out those warrants?
I'm going to say like October the 24th or 25th, late October of 2013.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 178 Charlie. Do you recognize Exhibit 178 Charlie?
I do. Looks like my supplementals.
And would you have the date in which you took out arrest warrants within your supplement?
Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Actually, I was a month off. It was September the 25th, 2013.
And who did you take out arrest warrants for?
Adrian Bean, Frederick Prothrow, and Walter Murphy.
And as you just stated, you did not take out warrants for Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
No, not at all.
And what were the charges that you took out those warrants for?
It was armed robbery, aggravated assault, 3 counts of ag assault on police each.
Now, you took out those warrants approximately, based on that timeline, about 2 weeks after the incident.
About 14 days.
In police time, is that a short or a long time, given the facts you had in this case?
I was told it was old man time because the bosses want quick resolution when the cops shoot somebody. But I always take my own sweet time. I'm gonna make sure I have it right. That was an overwhelming long time in this business.
And
but you know, sometimes it's just gotta go hard.
And why was it an overwhelming long time, you said, in this business?
Police departments like quick resolution. They want it done. They don't want people who are suspected of crimes being able to leave hospitals or bond out of jail. But that's just my credo. I mean, sometimes you got to play it hard. We'll get you at some point, but not before it's time. It wasn't soup yet.
did you ever close the officer involved shooting investigation involving Investigator Robeson L?
I did.
And did you determine whether or not Investigator Robeson L was justified in shooting his weapon?
Yes.
And what was the result of that portion of the investigation?
Well, the way it works, if I don't charge the police officer, because that's what it is, it's not an administrative investigation. This is about the officer's life, his future. It's a criminal investigation. I didn't find Detective Robeson L guilty of any felonies or improperly using his firearm. And it was sent over to the Internal Affairs Division for final review.
Now, during the course of your investigation and even afterwards, did you ever have the occasion to encounter Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Where was it that you encountered Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
So I work an extra job, off duty in uniform back in those days at Neiman Marcus up at Lenox Mall. Then I worked there for 11 and a half years.
And is that where you saw Mr. Williams?
Yeah, oddly enough, 2-3 weeks after I was pretty much figuring out what I had in this investigation, he just walked in. I sit on a stool in uniform, and I reached out to him.
And when you say you reached out to him, tell the jurors what do you mean?
So I'm on the stool. It was a Friday because I only work Fridays at Neiman Marcus. I have a bunch of other extra jobs at the time. But I'm sitting on my stool working this case out. But I'm off duty. So I got no recorders. I'm in a police uniform. I'm just a cop. Jeffrey Williams walks in. I say, yo, homie, let me holler at you. I mean, that's just how I talk. And at first he was hesitant, but he came right over. And I just told him what I was working on and how his name came up. And I told him why I was telling him that.
So let me kind of go back. You talked about your extra job and you only worked on Fridays. Why were you in full uniform?
I'm working for the business. I can't work a high-end luxury jewelry store. I work the luxury jewels department at Neiman Marcus. And so I have to present in uniform as a deterrent.
Now, you said that you encountered him. Let me ask you this. About how many times did you see Mr. Williams at Neiman Marcus? After or during this investigation?
It's a total of 4 times.
Now, let's talk about this first encounter. You said you were sitting on your stool and you saw him and told him to come over here. Did he approach you?
He came on over.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say to him when he approached you?
I went right into it. I said, listen, I'm working an investigation. Your man Bean, I don't know whether he's your friend or not, but he put your name in that big explosion when the car went into the laundromat up on Cleveland Avenue in Old Hayville. I said, he put you in the car. He says that you even had a gun, you were in the car, and you got away. I said, you're going to find out about this later because you're going to get the discovery from other people in the car, which is all my reports and my audios and videos later. You'll have access to them if you have relationships with anybody in the car. I says, I'm telling you on the front end, your name got put in this.
And once you said that your name got put in this, did Mr. Williams say anything to you?
He denied any involvement, being there, anything illegal that happened on 9/11/2013 between Cleveland and Oasis.
Okay. When he denied his involvement in that he was not there, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I told the young brother, I said, listen, I can arrest you based off what being said. That's not who I am. I can lock you up, and then before people locked up, we'll figure out what's up. I said, but the way I get down, if I get DNA off that gun, Bean said was yours, and you're going to make me come hunt you down to eliminate you from this scientifically, or you going to come in voluntarily? Or do I get a warrant to come get you and to get your sample? Because I can get a warrant and get a sample to go in your mouth if somebody says you were at a crime scene. That's enough. And I left it like that. And I also told him, I'll never arrest you based on what one joker says. I'm going to need something else to back it up.
At that point, did Mr. Williams say anything?
He just continually denied it, but he was very respectful.
And You talked about what he said. Did you notice any physical demeanor of him when you approached him?
He was unnerved. He was shook. You know, I've been around a lot of people. I've approached them in uniform. I approached them in this uniform. And you can say certain things to people, and, you know, you can almost see their heart beating out of their shirt. That was one of those situations.
And I understand shook. What does shook mean?
I mean, you're nervous. You're uneasy. You're hearing information you just didn't expect to hear.
After he denied his involvement, did he leave?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we clapped up, and he went on about his way.
And was he by himself at that point in time?
He was.
Now, you said there were 4 encounters. Tell the jury about what your second encounter was.
So the second encounter, this is 10 years ago, so it's about 2 to 3 weeks, could even be a month later. I had gotten word back from the scientists at the GBI that firearm linked to Bean through testimony, that firearm linked to Jeffrey Williams through the testimony only of Bean came back inconclusive with too many male contributors on that weapon to be uploaded into the CODIS database for identification.
And you said you had that information. What happened upon the second encounter?
I told, when he walked in the store, he was again alone. Let me holler at you again. That's pretty much what I said. He comes on over, and I just break the news to him. I said, you know what, man? I said, I'm not going to be able to do nothing with this for me. I mean, I could arrest you, but I'm not. And this may sound crass, but what I said to him was, I did some research on you in these last 3 weeks to a month, and I found out you're about ready to blow up. So I said, go make your $1 million and stay the fuck off Cleveland. It's the last thing I said to him that day.
And you said those words today.
Exactly.
What happened once you said that? Did he leave?
We clapped up, and he was gone.
Your third encounter. Tell the jury about that third encounter.
Well, this is going to be, okay, right. Losing count. So this may be a few months down the road. This time, Jeffrey Williams, he's accompanied by other individuals when he comes in Neiman Marcus. I'm in a uniform. I'm on the stool in Precious Jewels. I step aside. Now he is saying, I want to holler at you. So he comes up with this, I'm going to call it an entourage. It was some people. But in particular, there was a woman he identified as his sister. He called her by name Dolly. And he gave me a job offer. He said, I want you to be my travel security because I'm getting ready to do my thing. His sister, I only know her as Dolly. She gave me her phone number. I said, I'm not interested. I said, go live your life. But I did take her number. She gave it to me. I put it inside my city-issued cell phone where it's set for the next 10 years. I never even dialed that number.
And as a part of this case, did you provide me with a screenshot of your phone log showing where you had inputted her phone number?
Yes, I did.
Commissioner Cochran?
Have you shown that to, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 179C. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Exhibit 179C.
This is the address book to my city-issued cell phone. When I retired, I had it all downloaded so I could access it as needed in retirement, and this is it.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of your address log that was in your city cell phone that you got when you left the department?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to attend to Stacey Exhibit 179C. It's evidence.
Any objection? Counsels?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
Aye. Case 179, Charlie is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And still going old school?
Let's keep it old school.
If you can point to where you see the name of Miss Dolly Young.
This is how I put it in that day right there at Neiman Marcus Precious Jewels.
Now, by any chance, did you have the date in which you inputted that when you did it have a date in which when you inputted that information to your phone?
You know, it might have. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that technology.
After you got her number, you put it in your phone. Did you ever see Dolly again?
I didn't know.
And here the phone numbers aren't on here, but have we just extracted out the actual phone number?
Yeah, the phone number is not up there, but it's over here in the right somewhere.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then there was a final encounter. If you could tell the jury about the final encounter.
Well, the last encounter, I'm on a Friday at Precious Jewels in uniform, getting my cheese, working hard. I see Jeffrey Williams come into the store. We're about 25 feet from each other. He's going to the down escalator. He's in the company of Walter Murphy, who I know on site. Walter Murphy, in his right pocket, has a long knot, they call it in the street, the kind you can't fold, and it's hanging out of his right pocket as they're going down the escalator, the two of them. Thug is pointing to the long knot and making sure I see it. Don't know what it meant. I mean, I can have an opinion, but that was it. I waved at him, and they went downstairs, and I guess they bought some items.
When you say the long knots, what do you mean?
Well, it's the money that can't fold. If it's cash, U.S. currency, and it's so much it can't fold, back in those days, I haven't seen it much lately. Jokers would just like have the money, you know, straight flossing the money out so everybody could see it.
And during that interaction, did you have any verbal communication with either Mr. Murphy or Mr. Williams?
I think I snickered and they snickered and they went on downstairs and made their purchases.
Of course, in Melbourne as well. Just a few last questions. Detective Quinn, have you ever heard of the term destroying evidence?
Absolutely, I heard of it.
And what do you take that to mean?
Destroying evidence in my line of work is against the rules. I mean, it's a broad terminology, but it means getting rid of something that may be exculpatory. And when I say exculpatory, information that can set somebody free, and you get rid of it.
And is it a felony or is it a crime to destroy evidence?
Absolutely. In that context, if it's going to lead to somebody going free.
What does it mean to be post-certified in the state of Georgia?
The Police Officers Standard and Training Council, they give the power to Georgia police officers. And you have to report to them everything you do. They investigate you as an officer, detective, chief, whatever, if you have any wrongdoing in your jacket. They make final calls on whether or not you ever come back to the job. They're the governing body for giving police officers the power to arrest.
Is intentionally deleting a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation something you would consider destroying evidence?
If it would lead them to have them going free, I would say so. If you're keeping them from their freedom by getting rid of some evidence you don't want in your file or in your presentation of evidence to the state.
What happens to your post certification if post learns that you intentionally deleted a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation?
Well, they're going to yank your badge and gun and your arrest power until they investigate. They're going to conduct their own investigation. I've never had that issue, so I don't know much about what happens to you.
Okay. And given what you just said, have you ever deleted a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation?
I've never.
I have no further questions.
Council, why don't we take 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen? What about you all? And then we'll go ahead and continue at this point in time. All right? We're going to recess 10 minutes. All rise. All right, Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jurors present account for.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Cross who wants to go first. Ms. Sharp?
Detective Quinn, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Glad to be here.
All right, excellent. Just want to follow up on something that you said minutes ago about destroying evidence. I don't have the transcript. I just have my notes.
Okay.
My notes indicate that you said it's a problem if it is exculpatory evidence or evidence that could set someone free. Is
That's
that
what I said, yes.
okay? That's accurate for what you said?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay. And that would be illegal,
I would say so.
and that would also violate police protocol?
If it was information that was going to set someone free, those are the key words. Tapes can, or written testimony that's going to set someone free is important. That's why it has to be preserved.
What about other statements or recordings that wouldn't necessarily set someone free? Would be destroying those recordings still be destroying evidence?
I mean, I don't know because I don't have that. I've never had that situation. I know of detectives that will record things and then reduce it to writing when they get back and they don't use the recording. I've seen that. Me personally, I can speak for me, I turn over everything. But I'm not, that's not the hard and fast rule. But the hard and fast rule is any information that's going to set a person free, you can't destroy that.
What about a statement that's taken from a witness that you determined to be a lie? What is the appropriate thing to do in that circumstance?
So what kind of statement? You talking about audio, written?
Audio.
Audio, I mean, that's open to the detective or whoever law enforcement official is holding that information. I can only speak for me, and as my practice, I don't.
So your testimony is, I understand you're speaking for you.
That's all I can do.
But as far as protocols and legality, you're not aware of any laws or protocols, APD, standard operating procedures, that would prevent the destruction of an audio statement if the detective determined it to be a lie?
Me personally, I can only speak for me. I don't know the city policy word for word. David Quinn Jr., homicide detective, working 19 years in that field. I never destroyed anything. I can't speak for other detectives. I don't know the rules. I don't know all the rules for APD.
Okay. You did take a statement, a recorded statement, with your lapel recorder from Mr. Nava Flores on 9/11/13, correct?
I did.
And in preparation of your testimony and from days ago and also today,
Yes, sir.
You reviewed that recording, correct?
I did.
And you would agree that at 3 minutes and 36 seconds of this recording, or anywhere on the recording, there's reference to a first statement, and if Mr. Nava Flores wants to clear anything out else up from the first statement he gave?
I remember that well.
Okay, and you would agree that there's, that clearly establishes that there were in fact 2 statements given?
Okay, only one given to me. I can't speak to whoever that law enforcement official was that Nava Flores spoke with. It was in the ether, and I didn't know who it was.
And I'm going to get back to that, okay? So your testimony today is that you only took 1 statement from Mr. Nava Flores.
Yes, and a second written breakdown of all the encounters with Nava Flores, which was contained in my supplementals.
Okay, and you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
I'm the quarterback, yeah.
Quarterback. Buck stops with you.
That's right. I throw the ball, but I can't catch it.
Okay. And you acknowledge the importance of police reports for memorializing facts that are learned at the time, correct?
Yes, I also acknowledge that it's not an exact science either.
And you also acknowledge that police reports are important when you're called to testify about things from 2013 and it's 2024.
Absolutely.
All right. You wrote a 3-page incident report regarding this case, correct?
I don't remember how many pages.
But you wrote an incident report? Okay. And then you also wrote a 47-page supplemental incident report outlining your investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. This first statement that Mr. Nava Flores gave, I want to ask you as the quarterback, who did he give this statement to?
I don't know. I mean, and I can go even further, is that there are a lot of players on the field. But when I heard from someone, some law enforcement, that it was going to be a reported stolen vehicle, which mucks up or throws a monkey wrench in my investigation.
Who told you that information, that there was...
I don't know. It was in the ether. This is in the fog of investigation. Lions, tigers, and bears on mine. That's what was going on out there. And it was something happening. It was something happening out there where it was going to be a reported stolen car with that crashed up car at 126 Cleveland. So I said, when I got up on the hill, I'm like, I need to hear nothing but truth. I don't care whatever he told. It was a litany of law enforcement out there. Okay. Again, the fog of the game.
Okay, but the fog didn't make that statement, did it?
I don't know who made it.
Okay. It was a person.
Exactly.
And I'm asking you who that person was.
I don't know.
Okay. Is it in your 47-page report, does it indicate to you who gave you that information?
Not at all.
Basis. Sustained.
Do you have officers and detectives? You're not the only one with a recording device, are you?
I don't know. There are people out there, but I don't know what they carry. I don't know how they record information.
Okay. Do you have a recording from this initial statement given by Mr. Nava Flores?
I do not.
Do you have an APD? Yes, sir.
Can I say this?
Yes.
I don't know if it was recorded or was it just a verbal statement. Because verbal statements are statements just like recorded statements. Technology has not changed facts or information.
And as far as APD, they also have what's known as written statement forms, correct? Where witnesses can write down a statement.
They have that as well. But you can write a statement on a paper plate. I mean, it doesn't have to be on anything in particular. There's no ceremony to a statement.
Do you have a paper plate with Mr. Nava Flores' statement, original statement written on it?
Not on this case, but in my career, working 19 years, somebody did write me a statement on a paper plate. That's all we had back in 2001, if you want a literal example.
Well, I'm just focusing on this case. So you do not have a paper plate with Mr. Nava Flores' statement written on it? What about a written statement form used by APD? Do you have a written statement form with Mr. Nava Flores' original statement?
I do not.
I'm going to change the subject. Courtney Bean, she's the wife of Adrian Bean, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you were out there with, you were wearing a suit on 9/11/13?
Yes.
Okay, and you have that recorder in your lapel, correct? A very small bubblegum sized recorder?
I don't chew bubble gum, but yes,
What did you say it was the size of?
a package of gum.
Package of gum. Thank you. So you had that with you on that date, correct?
I did.
And you encountered Courtney Bean at 2233 Macon Drive that afternoon?
I did.
And you had a conversation with her, correct?
That's correct.
Did you record that conversation?
Nope.
Okay. You also had a phone conversation the next day with Courtney Bean, correct?
I did.
Did you record that phone conversation?
I did not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, sir. Next examiner. All right, anybody else? Before Mr. Steele, anybody else? All right, go ahead, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Steele, for deferring.
Detective Quinn, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
You indicated on direct examination that, if I got it right, it says, I don't arrest anyone off of one person's word only. Is that correct?
That's generally my practice.
Okay. And that's your practice because you want additional corroborative evidence other than just a person's word, right?
In most cases, yes.
And the reason you want that is because when people give you a story or statement, A, they could be telling the truth, correct?
That's correct.
B, they could be lying, correct?
You're correct again.
And C, it could be a little bit of both, right?
Sometimes it works out that way.
So when we're dealing with corroborative evidence, you want to know if they're eyewitnesses, right?
I love eyewitnesses, yes.
You love eyewitnesses because they are there and they can actually tell you what they saw, correct?
Absolutely.
They can tell you what they heard, right?
Yes.
But even though an eyewitness tells you what they saw and what they heard, even an eyewitness can be mistaken, correct?
That's been my experience. That's why corroborative evidence always is a good assistant.
Now, when you are at the scene of a crime that's been committed, whether it be a murder, an armed robbery, an act of assault, what have you, you're going to knock on doors if you can, right?
Knocking on doors is my favorite part, so I always reserve that for myself.
Okay. And in addition to knocking on doors, well, let me back up. You don't investigate a case without going to the scene, correct?
Not always correct. I've worked hundreds of cold cases where I didn't go to the scene.
Okay. Let's talk about active cases that are under investigation that haven't gone cold. You get the phone call, you've been assigned, however the assignment, the wheel goes, and it's now your case.
Yes, sir.
You get that case, you will generally, when we're talking about armed robberies and murders and things of that nature, you're going to go out to the scene, correct?
I'll make my best effort to get to that scene, yes.
And going to the scene is important because that's where the evidence is a lot of times, right?
Most times, it's where it starts if that is your original scene. Sometimes the crime scene is scene number 3, which has been my experience.
Okay. So you're going to go to the scene. Now you get to the scene, you're knocking on doors, you want to talk to any witnesses that are out there, right?
Yes, sir.
And when those witnesses come forward and they talk to you, some do, some don't, right?
That's a fair assessment.
Okay. And you don't stop there. You will also want to get forensic evidence, right? If you can.
That's always a nice hook for your investigation.
And forensic evidence, we're talking about fingerprint evidence, right?
I'll agree with you there.
We're talking about DNA evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
DNA evidence such as touch DNA evidence, right? If you can get it.
It was a component in 2010 that became pretty normal behavior on a crime scene.
Okay. So you will also make an effort, if you can, to talk to the person that is your target of the investigation, right?
That's always a good look.
You'll bring them into the office.
Not always. We'll sometimes do it at the mama's, dinner table somewhere.
And if you do it at the mama's dinner table, you will, and if they're your person of interest, and if you have them in custody or what have you, you're going to Mirandize them, right?
It all depends. I mean, if they're not in custody, I don't Mirandize them.
They are in custody.
If they're free to leave, I don't Mirandize them all the time.
If they're in custody, you're going to Mirandize them, right?
If they're in custody and can't go home, yes.
Read them their rights, and you're going to sit down and talk to them, right?
Correct.
And sometimes they'll tell you what happened.
Unbelievably, I've had a lot of success with people being suspects or victims telling me what happened.
And they'll tell you sometimes things that are inconsistent with what the alleged victim is saying happened, correct?
What are we speaking of? Because my victims are all dead. And again, ag assault is not a crime, and armed robbery are crimes I normally investigate. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, if you believe that a person was robbed and that person is not dead, then that's going to be an alleged victim, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the person that you have in the interview room might give you a different version of events than what the alleged victim says happened, right?
That happens.
Okay. Now, and in some instances, the person that you're talking to that's in that interview room, they may have their cell phone with them, correct?
Sometimes, not all the time.
And in some instances, when they do have that cell phone with them, you may ask them, can I look at your phone, right?
I've done that before.
Okay. And if they agree to allow you to look into their phone, you'll scroll through the phone. Sometimes y'all scroll through it together, right?
So can I explain something for you?
Sure.
If I've got interest in the phone, I'm only talking about David Quinn Jr., the homicide detective, because that's where I did all my work. I'm getting a search warrant for the phone. I'm not asking permission, but that's just me. A lot of cops do that. If the phone interests me, I'm going to try to get a search warrant because I want everything. I don't want what he or she picks or chooses.
Okay.
I want everything.
So if you get a search warrant, whether you get their consent to look in their phone or whether you get a search warrant to get in that phone, you're looking through the phone. And if that particular person that's being interviewed or that person is being arrested and you are conducting an investigation with that person, then and if they have things that are in that phone, if there's information in that phone that backs up their story, when I say their story, the person who is the suspect, the person who is under arrest, you're going to maintain that information, correct?
With benefit of search warrant.
And that would be considered exculpatory evidence, correct?
It depends what's in there. I mean, that's kind of open to interpretation. I mean, that's kind of open-ended the way you said it.
Okay.
I don't know what's in the phone. We'd be talking about grocery lists. That's not going to be exculpatory.
Right. We're not talking about a grocery list. We're talking
But you gave me a kind of a broad, you just put it out there.
That's fair.
All right.
I'll narrow it down.
All right.
So we're talking about evidence that could actually benefit the person that is the suspect in your investigation. That information in the phone that can benefit that person's story, can corroborate that person's story. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
I'm with you.
All right. You're going to preserve that telephone, correct?
It's kind of still an open-ended, but if I got a search warrant for it, yes, everything's going to be memorialized to the best of my knowledge. I mean, and just to give it some context, there's some things that happen in phones the last 15 years that I can't do anything with. I have to let the experts handle that. With these clouds and different things I know nothing about. So I would probably turn it over to someone that's proficient in that science.
Right. You basically hand that evidence over to someone who can look into that phone and grab that information out of that phone, correct?
And yes, and customarily, that expert, they call him cyber crimes unit is the name they gave it when I was down there. and cyber crimes will then forward me a report of what's in that phone. Because I don't even know how to open my phone half the time. So.
And at some point during the course of that investigation, that preserved evidence, that preserved information, it'll one day work its way to a courtroom such as we are here today, correct?
Sometimes that happens.
Basis.
I was going to be speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Now, with respect to your investigation and doing these sorts of things, once you hand that information over to, when I say information, once you hand that cell phone, that information inside that cell phone, once you hand it off, you're pretty much done with that part of the investigation as it relates to evidence, correct?
I wouldn't say done. I'm going to have that cyber crimes, it's usually a detective, break down for me what's inside that machinery, that electronic device, and give me some kind of report. Because I can look at it and he can see things that I can't see. Because I want to turn it over to the state and for discovery with the defense if that applies.
And in some cases, you would take, if you believe that information in that phone that's exculpatory, you would actually walk that information to the district attorney yourself, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Now, just 1 second, Judge, I'm almost done. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
All right, anyone else? All right, Mr. Steele?
How are you, sir?
Mr. Steele, what's up?
Good to see you, sir.
It's always a pleasure.
I feel the same. Can I ask you some questions?
It's your floor, brother.
All right. I would like to if you don't mind, and just clarify, just solidify, okay? Talking about Adrian Bean, September 11th, 2013, at the area where he's arrested.
Okay, I'm with you.
Near the laundromat. Fair to say, as far as you know, gets hit by the police car, the undercover police car, the tourist, taken into custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he is taken into custody, just to be solid and just to make sure it's pure, he is taken from that scene to Grady Hospital. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And from Grady Hospital, he eventually makes his way over to the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when Mr. Bean, and if you need to see anything, just let us know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Mr. Bean tells you 6 days later, it's September 17, 2013, that he had lied to the detective when he first spoke with them, you remember something? I may not be quoting, but something to that effect?
I mean, you're paraphrasing, but I know where you're going.
But, I'm trying to be fair. That's...
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we don't have to, bring it up or show me anything.
Okay. Now, do you know who he spoke with? When I say he, Mr. Bean spoke with prior to speaking with you?
Not at all.
Do you know what the location of this interrogation, interview, meeting, whatever you want to call it?
I can only assume, which, I don't think I can even say what it would assume unless you want me to.
Well, assumptions don't help. So,
No, they help in this situation, I think.
well, do you know? How about
Nope.
that? All right. Do you know what questions were asked of Mr. Bean?
I know nothing because no one gave me anything in written form or verbal form for me to evaluate.
Or recording, I guess, right?
Correct.
And I think it's obvious now, but you don't know the answers given.
I don't.
All right. Now, I understand clearly from your testimony, you did not direct anyone to speak with Mr. Bean prior to you deciding to do that 6 days after this September 11, 2000.
Oh, yeah, I wanted it to be me.
All right. But you did, for the jurors, send or direct or ask coworkers to go down to interview, meet with, speak with, interrogate, whatever word you want to attach to it, Mr. Fred Prothro at the Grady County. Excuse me, that's wrong. Grady Hospital, true.
Yeah, not just Fred Profro, Walter Murphy as well.
I was about to get to him. And the two people you sent, if you remember, coworkers of yours, Detective Lewis.
That's correct.
Detective,
Tracy.
I'm sorry,
That's Tracy Lewis.
Detective Calhoun.
Yes.
And do you know whether the meeting with Mr. Fred Prothro was recorded by Detective Calhoun at the Grady Hospital on September 11, 2013?
He gave me a written statement. I don't remember a recording. It may have been. I don't remember.
Okay. Is there anything that you have in front of you that would refresh your memory? And if not,
No.
okay. Do you know whether Detective Tracy Lewis, when she met with Walter Murphy, recorded?
Can I say something?
Of course.
I remember. It's been 10 years. I'm going to be 60 soon. So Calhoun recorded something. Tracy reduced whatever verbal was told to her by Murphy and recorded it on a written statement that she prepared and gave to me.
All right. And as far as you know, Detective Tracy Lewis did not record the meeting with Mr. Walter Murphy.
Correct.
All right. And is it fair to say that Detective Calhoun, when he met with Fred Prothro, Fred Prothro spoke with him, or Frederick Prothro spoke with him?
He did.
And is it fair to say that Frederick Prothro said who was in the car at the time of that collision?
Yeah, he gave a statement. He gave some information.
And is it fair to say that Frederick Prothro said that there were three people in the car?
Basis. I stand the question, Duke.
Detective Calhoun already testified.
Not as to what Frederick Prothro
Yeah, you
said.
can't. It's still going to be your sentence.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's go to the non-recorded meeting, interview, interrogation, whatever the right word is, between Detective Lewis and Walter Murphy. Okay?
Okay.
You received a summary investigative note at the City of Atlanta Police Department statement or police report from Detective Lewis on that event, that occasion. Is that fair to say?
I did. Sometime that week, after she reduced it to writing, she gave it to me for the file.
Okay. And do you remember it being dated either the 18th of September or the 17th of September? And I'll check if you don't remember. 2000.
I don't remember if you show it to me.
Okay.
I know that she only did that one interview down there. When she reduced it to writing, she may put the day she actually reduced it to writing, but I don't know. She'd have to tell you.
Now, when I'm talking about Detective Lewis' statement, did you receive, how many statements did you receive from Detective Lewis?
Pardon me, Mr.
How many,
Stevens?
that's fine. How many statements did you receive from Detective Lewis concerning her interview with Mr. Walter Murphy?
Just that one.
Did you ever see a second statement from Detective Lewis that was whited out? These are my words, blocked out, deleted, anything.
It's not in my memory banks. I don't remember that.
Okay, I want to show you two items, okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
You may, sir.
.207. Thank you. So. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Former Detective Quinn, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Mr. Williams, number 207 and 208. Can you just do me a favor, take a peek
Okay, doke.
at one and then the other? Just tell me if you've seen one and then the other before.
I've seen these before.
Okay. And is this related to the incident that we're speaking of and Detective Tracy Lewis writing down a written report?
Yes.
All right. And were both of these made it into your file? When I say your file on this case?
They showed up in the file, yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 207, 208 for purposes of this examination.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis?
Hearsay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll admit defendants 207, 208 over objection.
Okay.
They may be published as you see fit.
Okay.
Your Honor. This is another individual statement.
Can I see him?
Can we approach?
Yeah. Hand him to Mr. Kearns, please. Okay. All right, all rise. All right, Detective, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. And Detective Quinn has also stepped out. So, all right, Ms. Hilton, what's the basis for you asking the court to reconsider? You're mentioning at the bench, I think before we lost audio capability for everybody else to hear, that I have in my possession defendants 207 and 208, which have been shown prior, and I believe that your assessment was, or assertion was, that since Detective Lewis has not testified, that there's still some foundation missing. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else you wish to add before I let Mr. Steele respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 207 and 208 are copies of Detective Lewis's written report or summary that she provided to Detective Quinn as part of his, as a part of her portion of the investigation. So 207 is hearsay because Detective Lewis has not testified. Then it's hearsay within hearsay because it is her summary of what Walter Murphy told her. And although Investigative Quinn is the investigative detective, the reason why it's hearsay is that Detective Lewis hasn't testified in this trial at all. Additionally, Your Honor, the way that these reports first came about was whether or not he could tell if being Detective Quinn, could tell if a portion of this was deleted or whited out.
Do we have the originals of these reports?
This is what was turned over, Your Honor. I believe what Mr. Steele could ask him, and looking at 207, 208, he can ask, does it appear that something was whited out? But that's about as far as he can go. As far as introducing 207, 208, that would be rank hearsay because he's trying to get in her statement without her having to testify and get in what Walter Murphy told him, and Walter Murphy has not testified. And so the content of what's contained within 207, 208, if published, would be hearsay, double hearsay. Now, if he wanted to ask him, can you look at 207, 208 and tell if something's been whited out, he can ask them that question, but he cannot, to admit 207 and 208 would be admitting rank hearsay, Your Honor. Can be speculation. So
how would you address if the court also told you that this might be a best evidence issue? Because the original document, and since you're asserting that this particular, what's inside the document or the document itself is important in this particular situation, would fall under that particular rule, unless some exception was meted.
I'll say these two copies are copies of what was turned over in discovery, so I won't make a best evidence argument, Your Honor, because this is what was provided in discovery.
All right.
However, it is hearsay to have Detective Quinn testify as to the contents of what is inside of 207 and 208. He can solely, and without publishing to the jury, he can ask, is there a distinction or a difference between these two pieces of paper, but to admit it and to have him talk about anything contained within it, and it would be hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I am not offering 207 for the truth of the matter asserted. In fact, I have spoken with Mr. Walter Murphy, and he has told me that he did not say that there were 4 people in the car. I am not admitting it for the truth.
Okay, we don't have Walter Murphy's testimony yet, so that's based upon your investigation or the like, right?
Coming.
I'm sorry?
The state put us on notice that he is coming in the next series of witnesses.
Then why don't we defer this until he testifies?
Because I have him on cross, and the reason it's important, Your Honor, I'm not as interested in the content. I am interested in the fact.
I'm not saying it's not important, Mr. Steele, but it's you got some foundational issues in this case. Unless the state says, hey, we're willing to stipulate as to this, I think you're going to need a little to lay the foundation that Detective Lewis would have to testify to get the rest of this foundation.
I don't believe so.
Okay, why not?
Because all I want to do.
What's the legal basis? What case law do you have? What rule of evidence are you asking me to admit this under? Because the state's issue is foundation at this point in time, and hearsay. The court's issue is foundation. Their issue is hearsay.
It's non-hearsay because I'm not offering for the truth. The second part is in 207 versus 208. If you look at them, these are statements for a supplement incident report. But if you notice, Your Honor, they are signed at the bottom, both of them.
I've seen the documents before because we've had several witnesses testify about them. So, but
no one testified.
Well,
this time.
This particular issue has been brought up before the court.
I raised it to the court.
Yes, and I'm telling you, I have no doubt that it's probably not. It's relevant evidence, whatever. It's just foundation. If the state's not willing to. Foundation, even if you're going to offer it for whatever the purpose is, like you just told me, you still have some foundation that's missing.
Well, Detective Quinn just testified that he received both. My questioning to him is going to be, how do you, meaning Detective Quinn as the quarterback, how do you explain, or please explain, what is 208? Did you inquire about 208? I'm not as interested in the content as I am that the fact that 208 is a different document than 207. It cuts off, deleted, I don't know. I'm going to ask him. Yet it's signed as being sworn upon oath that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible. And this is clearly not complete, in my opinion, not all I'm going to do is ask him, did you inquire about this? He is the lead detective. He is here now. And I believe that this is important to show, if the jurors believe it, if the jurors want to use it, that somebody changed the report.
Okay, I have no disagreement with you. It's just foundation. So until such time as the foundation is completed, I want to sustain their objection.
Well, okay. Well, then let me make a proffer. May I do that?
You can make a proffer, certainly, but it's still not going to change the foundation.
Well,
in terms of Detective Lewis would still have to testify, but you can make a proffer.
State's not calling. Well, I shouldn't say that.
I believe they are going to call Detective Lewis. Is that?
That's not on the list. They may be called, but they're not on the list. I'm not being told they're calling.
The state has no intention to call Detective Lewis in this case. Defense counsel could call Detective Lewis in their case in chief if they choose to want to determine whether or not what happened here or not. But no, the state does not intend to call.
Okay, all right, okay. So make your proffer, sir, if you choose to do so. But you can, if you choose to present a case for Mr. Williams at the appropriate time, not saying that you can do that if you desire, you could call Detective Lewis, right?
I could subpoena Detective Lewis.
Yeah, okay, all right. But what's your proffer you'd like to make at this time?
But I'm really not using it for Detective Lewis. I'm using it for Detective Quinn, who is testifying right now.
But it's still a foundational issue, Mr. Steele. If you want to admit the documents to ask those questions that you're asking about, it's still a foundation.
But foundation for whom?
Detective Lewis. I mean, because she's the one that took the statements, and she's the one who's in the best position to. And plus, she also swore out she was the person that the report was taken to. So you need to have some particular testimony from her.
I think the state doesn't want to call her. I think that speaks volumes for the court, and I have the quarterback, the lead detective.
Well, that's for the jury. That's for the jury to decide.
But they won't even know about it.
If you decide later on you want to go ahead and call that witness, you're welcome to do so.
Well, this is my proffer, if permitted, and I know you're stopping me.
No, make your proffer, sir.
No, you're stopping me in front of the jury. I would ask the Honorable Detective Quinn whether he received both. He's already answered that question in the affirmative. I was going to then ask him, they're both signed. Yes, I was going to ask him to read the above the signature that it's true, complete, and correct to the best of knowledge, and it's sworn. I'm not quoting it, but that's basically what it says. And he would answer accordingly. Then I was going to ask him, right where it says he, meaning Mr. Walter Murphy, advised me during the, and it's blacked out, which is different. That's in 208, different than in 207. He advised that he, so the language is different. And then it says, all of a sudden, 3 other males, one being named Bean, drove to a laundromat. That 3 other males is where it's deleted, omitted, not here in 208. And I was going to ask him, did that, was that curious to you? What did you do about it? Why would this happen? We've heard over and over again, he's been with the City of Atlanta Police Department 19 years. The state relied over my objections on his knowledge and his techniques and his investigatory experience, and I wanted to ask him the same questions. I am not asking anything about hearsay. I believe the foundation was laid because he got them both, and I want to know what he did about it. That's my questions for Detective Quinn.
All right, the documents would have to be admitted in order for you to ask them those questions, correct?
Yeah, well, you admitted them, but yes.
Well, they'd have to be admitted.
Yes.
So, all right, I'm going to still sustain the state's objection. I will go ahead and for the purposes of for your discussion, they've been identified, but I won't admit them in front of a jury at this point in time. And subject to more foundation.
Okay,
and your proffer's been noted.
And I think I made it clear, I hope I made it clear to the court, and for the record, I am not targeting the information as much as the investigation and Detective Quinn getting both of these and what did he do about it. That's what I'm targeting, so I believe I have the right person.
Yes, sir. Anything else from the state?
Nothing else, Your
All
Honor.
right, then I think that we've exhausted this. I will, like I said, the documents 207, 208, defense exhibits Williams have been identified, have not been admitted as of yet, subject to more foundation. And your proffer's been noted. All right, summon our jurors, please. What we? You? Mr. Gardner? Huh? Okay, all right. We're just going to sit in place, okay? If there's anything that the court fails to add, you're welcome to, at the appropriate time, to augment or request that the court delete anything that was said at our bench conference. We talked about a couple issues. First one being a juror issue. At the conclusion of today's proceedings, I'm going to talk with juror 219. And the reason I need to talk with juror 219 is he needs to schedule for a medical appointment. And that medical appointment, he's had some difficulties because he has to be able to be seen only by his doctor only in the afternoons, Monday through Thursday. And his doctor, despite his best efforts of having next week off, I don't know what day, if any, his doctor is available next week. So it may be the following week. So I wanted to inquire about that issue. Counsel, anything further about that juror issue?
Not by mistake. Not that I understood, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. The next thing is, as I told you all, in the trial of any cases, life happens, and then you practice your vocation. For us, it's lawyering. I've had a death in with a close family friend, and that service is going to be on Monday, the 1st of April. So I know that when the we said the jurors are going to be out, we were going to take up some matters on Monday. I'm not going to take up any matters on Monday the 1st. Instead, we are going to move those to Tuesday, April the 2nd, and potentially into April the 3rd. Counsels, is there anything else in regards to that respect?
If you want me to, you said that you want to take up Attorney Sharp's Baker motion.
Your Baker motion.
And Mr. Weinstein, Mr. App's motion.
Yeah, motion to, yes. And then I also, if appropriate, would like to take up the issues involving the redaction of the conviction of Mr. Winfrey, as well as the notes or recordings from Mr. Wise. Okay. I also, Detective Quinn is going to not be available Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. He will resume with us on Friday. And I take it Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love, you will have other witnesses for the remainder of this week. Is that correct?
We will, Your Honor. And at the end of today's session, we would just like to approach as relates to one or two.
Okay. And the third thing, or the fourth thing I'd like you all just to consider, given that we have had to take up a number of, well, let me back up. Related to one of the motions filed by Mr. Apt and Mr. Weinstein on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, we are going to attempt to, as part of the outflowing of that particular motion, to figure out the number of trial days that the state will need in order to finish the presentation of their case in chief. Related to that, since we've had some challenges in when our jury is seated, calling additional or taking up additional evidentiary issues and other things, which happens, that I'd like to, and since this morning worked pretty well, I'm thinking about starting court at 8:45 in order for us to take up any last minute straggler issues for the day in order to get as much time as we possibly can, trial time with our jurors. So more to follow on that, but that is the other issue that I took up with counsel. Anything else, counsels?
Nothing else.
Okay, all right. All right, okay. Was there anything else, counsels, that I failed to miss, that those of you that were at the bench, for the bench conference?
No.
Okay, all right. So, okay, then the last thing is, Mr. Steele, you asked me to reconsider your request to talk about defendants 207 and 208, which have been identified for purposes of the record.
Right, I'm not asking you, I respect the ruling. You know, I'm not conceding it, I respect the ruling. But I want to know if that ruling includes the fact, even though the exhibits are not in evidence, whether I can ask Detective Quinn, you received these two different documents, you already testified to it. Can you, did you inquire of anyone, especially Detective Lewis, why one of the documents seems incomplete, although signed? He won't have the document in evidence, but if he remembers it, those are my inquiry. And I don't believe that I should be stopped doing that, but I wanted to ask you first because the document came up.
All right, I don't see any issue with asking that question.
Yes, I don't know if it's two different, but he can say he received these two pieces of paper because I don't know if they're the state's contention is that it is the same document but just completed. But the question that would be speculation is we don't know why. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be able to testify about that, but certainly you can ask him. I mean,
I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yes, sir. That's.
I didn't want to.
That's totally fine, sir.
I didn't want you to say that was implied. So okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else, counsel? I think like I said, we'll go ahead and we'll go another 15 to 30 minutes, and then we'll conclude for the day.
Okay.
Okay. We'll pick it up on Friday.
And can Detective Quinn have the exhibit to
Yes, I got him right here.
Even though, because I may refer to it that way for the record, even though it's not in evidence, I will not say what's in it.
Okay.
But can he have it in front of him so he can?
Yeah, you can show him for the purpose of identification.
I think he already had. I think
He had him. Yeah.
I think it's
All right.
on your desk, on your bench.
Aaron, we good? Okay. All right. I'm gonna let things chart. This one's not working again. I don't think I'll need it between now and the end, but it's not working. Let's just put it on the charger. So yeah, go ahead and start. All right. And then can you come back after maybe about 5:30? Yeah. Just make this fine. Hopefully you won't have time. Okay, cool. All right.
So not mine.
Yeah, okay. All right, Sergeant Ingram, all of yours back? What about all our participants? We good? Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. Can we bring Detective Quinn back, please, sir?
Three more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele.
Detective, in front of you is Mr. Williams, number 207 and 208.
Yes, sir.
Would you do me a favor? Is it typical when you were with the City of Atlanta, 2013, to have a form such as found in, let's say, 208, Mr. Williams 208? Is that a typical form?
When you say form, are you talking about a statement form or?
Yeah, the supplemental incident report, narrative only, is that something that's used?
This is customarily with a detective that assisted me. They would reduce whatever they did on my scene or in furtherance of my investigation. They'd reduce it to this written documentation, yes.
And at the bottom was a typical 2013, it might be your whole career, but I'm interested, obviously. September 2013, for officers to sign with the pledge, the undersigned being duly sworn upon his or her oath, deposes and states that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible to the best of his or her knowledge and belief. Is that something that's often used on police incident reports in City of Atlanta?
Yeah, I've seen it, yes.
And then once and you tell us, once the report is filled out, you know, the person has the report typed in, is that when the person generally signs the report that it's on their oath that it's true and correct?
I don't know exactly how everyone handles that. Some don't even sign it. A lot of times they'll just write their name in there.
Okay.
Type it on in. It's not hard and fast, but that is sworn testimony. This is what I got for you, Detective Quinn.
And then is it usually looked at by a supervisor or a coworker?
A sergeant, which is the first line supervisor for most detectives.
Okay. And do you ever get, or in this case, did you ever inquire as to why you have something that's incomplete, but yet signed and verified that it's true, complete? 208.
I don't see that it's incomplete. Whatever they write me, that's their story. I can't scrutinize their work. Whatever you give me, I look at it, I evaluate it. I see how it fits into my investigation. So.
Do you see how it's just has a sentence just stopped?
Yeah, I don't understand that. It didn't matter to me at the time. Like, it didn't stick out. I guess you could say I missed it, but I don't think it's a huge deal.
Okay. And I guess my real big question you may have just answered, just make sure this is true. You either missed it or it didn't occur to you that it was incomplete. Is that fair to say? And if it's not, you know, just tell us what was going on.
I'll explain. Whoever does something for me, I get whatever they give me. But in this situation, I knew I was going to do follow-up interviews with those two people. I instructed Detective Tracy Lewis, Detective Calhoun to go interview, which I did make that attempt to do. I did go down and try to get those interviews once I got the dust settled on the investigation a little bit.
Okay. Now, you've spoken, and I heard your testimony, that at times witnesses may not be truthful or accurate. How about that? Is that true?
People, in most cases, even cops sometimes. I mean, I've had a lot of volume, a lot of cases that have come to me. It's different almost every time.
And there's different reason for that. It doesn't mean the person has a bad heart or an evil intent. Somebody may see something that during a traumatic situation or an shocking or an unforeseen circumstance, and they may have just gotten it wrong. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Compound question.
I stand as the form.
Is it fair to say that some witnesses may not be accurate because the event happened so fast? They just got it wrong. Is that fair?
I mean, we're talking about humans, and I'm in the human business. Humans make mistakes. It's intuitively obvious.
And sometimes witnesses intentionally fabricate, don't tell the truth. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Speculation.
I sustain objection.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever known witnesses to not be truthful?
In the hundreds of cases I've worked, yeah, there's been witnesses, there's been people that have given statements that haven't been truthful. It's up to the detective to test the veracity of information he receives or she receives.
And some potential witnesses may not be truthful because they have an agenda, like getting a deal. Is that, you know what I mean by a deal?
Oh, I know what a deal is, but what are you talking about as it pertains to this case?
Well, let's just use a Mr. Bean, okay? Adrian Bean.
Adrian Bean, okay, I'm listening.
He asked for something called slack. Do you remember that in the recordings?
I mean, everybody asks for slack. I don't remember him saying it, but I'm not going to dispute what you're saying.
That's fine.
And everybody in this world wants a hookup. I don't care what it is.
And when slack could mean, and in this situation, Mr. Bean was looking for, my word would be leniency for him and Mr. Fred Prothro. Is that fair to say, if you remember?
I think that's fair to say. That's normal.
And a witness...
In my experience.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In my experience, I would call that normal.
Okay. And those people may shade the truth, lie, because they want to make it better for them. Fair to say?
Objection vague as to those people.
Mr. Bean.
A standing question.
Just
You
use
can
Mr.
refer to Mr. Steele.
Okay, just use Mr. Bean.
You're going to have to give it to me again, Mr. Steele.
Okay. Mr. Bean, let's just talk about him. He told you he did not have a gun during this incident that we're talking about. Fair to say?
That's fair.
And he told you originally that he said that he wasn't the driver of the car. Is that fair to say?
He never told me he wasn't the driver of the car.
That's a good point. He told you that he told the detective who originally spoke with him that he was not the driver of the car.
Whoever that detective or detectives were.
And that mitigates, because the driver of the car almost killed Officer Roberson. Fair to say?
That's why I was there.
And the driver of the car also came through a gate, or broke through a gate at an apartment complex, right?
He did.
And the driver of the car, presumably, and if you don't know this, I don't know, there could have been another car or a child or a human being jogging that, when the crash through the gate, was right there.
And I think I shared that on the interview with Bean, that, you know, you could really mess some folks up if kids were on those tricycles. So, yes.
Yeah, and the tricycle you're talking about, that's at the house that Mr. Bean took out part of the porch, ran over the tricycle, then careened over the ledge. Is that all correct?
A very reckless act, yes.
And all of that, and then slammed into the wall of the laundromat, right?
Well, it did the Dukes of Hazzard thing first. It went off the cliff.
Yeah, and thankfully cleared the people in the police car. Which
was, I think we covered that in the interview as well. I mean, I'm saying he almost landed right on the cop car.
And there could have been other people walking. That's just a pedestrian area, a business area, right?
Yeah, and in my experience, people running from the police or running from trouble, they will run through red light on Peachtree. It's just how it is when folks are trying to get away. They're not being careful with both hands on the wheel.
Because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did. Fair to say?
Anyone fleeing or running from the cops, from the folks, they ain't trying to go to jail.
And Mr. Bean told you, if you recall, that the car drove by itself. You remember that? All the driving through the gate, once it hit the gate, the car just drove by itself. Do you remember him saying that?
I do remember him saying that, but brakes don't work when you're driving at those high speeds. The kind of velocity it would have taken to take out that metal gate, controlled access gate. The car was out of control.
And he was the person putting the car out of control.
That's without question.
And he also told you he knew nothing about the armed robbery before it happened, right? That's what he told you.
You talking about in the beginning of the statement?
Yeah.
The beginning of our statement when we were together inside Homicide?
Yeah, don't you remember all the statement that...
About the lien deal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
yeah, he was minimizing his exposure. He talked about buying some cough syrup, drank, whatever they call it.
And do you remember him also telling you that he never saw the officer, Roberson, who was right at the car? You remember him telling you that?
And you remember, if you watched the video, I said I didn't believe it.
No, I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm saying that's what Mr. Bean was saying.
Absolutely.
He was, I don't want to use the word lie, but he was not being forthright. Fair to say?
Yeah, I would say so. Most people hold on to something. In my experience, most people...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. And relevance?
I'll sustain it as to the speculation that you can rephrase.
It's fine. And Mr. Bean also told you that he never heard the officer's commands to stop. Remember all that conversation?
Yes, sir.
Because he told you that if a police officer tells him to stop, he would absolutely stop. Do you remember something? And I'm not quoting him, but do you remember something like that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And remember Mr. Bean telling you, or having a conversation, and he might not have said this, so correct me. He's a nonviolent person.
You're probably paraphrasing, but yeah, he's not into the wet work.
Now, you did find out that Mr. Bean, just within a year of September 11, 2013, he had shot 2 unarmed men. Do you know that?
I never looked into that investigation. I plugged my ears whenever I heard it because that was a case I knew nothing about. It didn't interest me. My main concern, my focus was understanding why the officer used deadly force on 9/11/2013.
Is it potentially violent to shoot 2 unarmed people?
I mean, I think it's obvious anytime you shoot a human, unless it's self-defense. I don't see, and that's another thing. I don't know what that situation was. Was it self-defense? I don't know.
All right. So let's talk, if you don't mind, help the jurors to understand. I'd like you to explain a couple of things, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's clear to me that this, and I'm not saying this is the biggest scene you ever had, but this was an involved scene. You have the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L. has to discharge his weapon. He's almost killed. The other 2 officers are put in jeopardy because their car is slammed into. That's one area.
That's fair.
You have a second scene where, and I'll show you the photos if you need them. The car takes out part of the porch of the house and rides over the tricycle and goes through the fence with the barbed wire and goes off the landing. That's the second area. That's
Yes,
of
sir.
interest, right?
You're on it.
And then the third area is a little more involved, but it starts with the slamming of the vehicle, the 2004 Nissan Altima, into the side and the people fleeing from that vehicle. So those are the things that, fortunately for you, that was your task, right? You had to figure out all 3 of these scenes. Fair to say?
It's fair to say.
All right. And part of that is I want to talk with you about if you could tell the jury how much time passed from Mr. Murphy entering the 2004 Nissan Altima on the driver's side rear, and Officer Roberson L. saying stop with his gun pointed, to the time that the car is slammed into the laundromat.
Based on the statements, the one in particular that Detective Roberson L. gave me, it probably unfolded in less than a minute. I wasn't there, but just based off the way it was explained to me, it was almost instant.
And was there any time, any investigation, any information that you received that somebody entered or exited the vehicle from the time that the vehicle driven by Mr. Bean almost killed Officer Roberson L. eventually slammed into the side of the laundromat?
I don't think I understand the question. Can you try it one more time?
Can I do that? Do you have any information that somebody either entered or exited the 2004 Nissan Maxima from the time that, God forbid, Officer Roberson L. was almost killed with the car to the time that the car slammed into the laundromat?
So did somebody get out while it's in midair?
That's what I'm, or it doesn't always have to be in midair, but going through
I
the
didn't
gate.
get that.
Okay.
I don't.
All right. And that seems unlikely. Is that your thought? And if it's not, that's fine.
I sustain it as a form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
That's okay. All right. Now, do you remember the gentleman, Mr. Nava Flores?
I do.
and he gives you a recording and says 4 people enter the car.
Correct.
Do you remember that? And this is when the car is first loaned, stolen, whatever. I don't really care. Fair to say?
That's fair to say. The
And-
2233 Macon Drive address?
I was about to ask you. And that address is approximately a half mile, and you correct me, from where the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L had to discharge his weapon.
I think I can give you that.
Okay. And then, how much time passed between Mr. Nava Flores seeing the 4 people enter the vehicle until the vehicle is inside of the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L was almost killed?
I couldn't give you a time. I don't know how long. I know it wasn't a prolonged period of time. I know it wasn't more than an hour, just based off the statements. I mean, and I have to, like, as someone listening to this information, evaluate it and see how it fits. I don't know how long.
Was there enough time, as opposed to the drive by Mr. Bean crashing through the gate and crashing into the side of the laundromat, was there enough time that people could have gotten in or out of that 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle? Between, I'm not asking.
I sustain this a form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Was there time from Mr. Nava Flores seeing his car leave with the 4 people? Was there time for people to get out of that car or into that car before the car is slammed into the laundromat?
So you're asking me, just as human beings,
Yeah.
can we get out of cars when doors open? We can do that.
Okay. Now, I want to talk with you about, you mentioned that Officer Black and his partner, who I know you said Ashley, but does it sound familiar, Officer Ashley Davis?
Davis, yeah.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. You said that they had 2 people running to the fence. You remember that?
I remember that.
All right. And do you remember Officer Ashley Davis giving a description of the 2 people who went to the fence?
She gave descriptions, but I can't remember off the top of my head right now, unless you want to show them to me.
I'll show it to you if needed, but let me just ask you, and then I can show you a document if you need it.
I don't remember off the rip like that.
Do you remember Officer Ashley Davis saying that it was 2 people, remember that? 2 people running,
I do remember that.
wearing white shirts. Do you remember that?
You'd have to show me just so I can confirm it. I mean, I have a pretty decent memory, but I can't remember all that.
It is not a problem. Can you just give me a second?
Take your time, counselor.
I may have to show you on a computer, but hold on one second.
That's fine.
You have it? You don't mind me using it? No. Your Honor, may I approach Detective Quinn?
Yeah, have you shown those to the state already?
Actually, the state showed them to me.
Okay, all right.
May I approach him?
Yes, you may, sir.
I'm always okay with you, Mr. Steele.
I didn't mark it. Should I mark it?
Yes.
Okay. It'll be Mr. Williams, number 209.
All right.
Did you take the pen? You know I lost it.
Your Honor, I'm showing old Detective Quinn, Mr. Williams, number 209 for refresh memory if it does refresh.
All right.
Okay, I see the white T-shirt statement.
Okay. And if there are 4 people in the car, help me here. That officer, she was training, right?
She was a rook.
She has 2 of them in white shirts, fair to say?
That's what it says.
And then, do you remember Mr. Walter Murphy wearing a red shirt?
I remember that, yes, from the statement given by Detective Robertson and Booker Higgins.
And do you and he was taken in custody?
Okay.
And
I wasn't there for that.
And do you remember Mr. Bean wearing a blue shirt?
I don't remember what he was wearing unless you got a picture of him.
I'll show it to you. I'll show you a document, see if it helps you. And then, do you remember Mr. Fred Prothro wearing also a blue shirt?
I don't remember Fred's shirt.
Okay. Let me see if I can help refresh that memory, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just give me one more second. Please. You have it on your computer? You have it on your computer? Yeah? Your Honor, just need 1 second. I may need Mr. Kokomo to bring up his computer, Your Honor. Oh, I think I got it. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thanks, so you know. First one is 210. The second is 211. Yes, that's correct. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Detective Quinn,
Yes, sir.
heard what you said, but may I come to you?
You can always come to me, Mr. Steele.
I'm going to show you what I've marked with Mr. Williams number 210, Mr. Williams number 211. I'm just separating them like this to see if this refreshes your memory. And I'm just asking about Mr. Prothero, blue shirt, Mr. Blue shirt.
Mr. Profro, and what was the second name you said? I missed it.
Mr. Bean.
Okay. Okay, I've read both of them. What are we doing with this again?
Okay, I believe it's 209. If it refresh your memory, it should be on page 2. You could read the whole document, obviously, that Mr. Prothero was in a blue shirt.
I see it.
And then on 210, Mr. Williams 210, if it refresh your memory, second page also, that Mr. Bean was in a blue shirt.
Your objection as to who is the individual, I don't believe that.
What's the basis?
I think that's assuming that's my concern.
Your Honor, that's not assuming anything.
I'm on board with the objection. Sir, you can answer it if you can, Detective.
Based on the girth and the size indicated here, that's the only reason I'm arriving at Mr. Prothero.
For 209?
For 210, page 2.
May I see it, if you don't mind?
I'm just looking at the height and weight.
That's fine.
If you look at A.B. Calhoun, he pushed between 280 and 300 pounds, and no one was closer to that number than Mr. Prothero. Everybody else in the car were flyweights.
May I just look at it for
Sure.
Take it back for a second. Your Honor, give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get you another document. If we need it. Is that okay? We're going to table that for 1 second, okay?
That's fine.
All right. So let me ask you this. If you have any information, when the car slams into the side of the laundromat, were there citizens, when I say citizens, just people not involved who were in the area who started to run?
Based off a review of the statements I got out there, there were people in the business actually conducting whatever business, washing clothes or making other transactions.
And then let's go back to, and I promise you I will not forget about the blue shirt. But let's go back to Officer Roberson L. How many times did law enforcement reason that he fired his weapon, discharged his weapon. When I say, I'm talking about the same incident, same day in that apartment complex.
We talking about Detective Robeson now? I don't know off the top. You'd have to show me. I don't remember how many times he fired.
Is it in your report?
I don't have a report.
I will show you.
That was 10 years ago. I left that stuff at headquarters when I left.
Here is it. Well, do you have a clean copy? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. $211, right? You already have?
The question is?
Do you have the, sorry, thank you. Do you have do you have Booker Higgins?
Yeah, Booker Higgins is
What number is that?
211.
You already have that?
You gave it to me.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Look on
marked,
the
you
sec-
marked defendant Williams 210 and 211.
Then to answer your question, if you look at the bottom of the first page, you can look at the whole document, of course. Going into the second page of the 3-page document,
Yes, sir.
do you see there on the second page where it talks about the light blue?
Yeah, the first sentence on page 2
Okay,
indicates light blue.
okay,
It says in light blue.
right,
Doesn't say whether or not it's a shirt or not, just in light blue.
okay. All right. Understood. All right. Thank you. When you were talking with Adrian Bean on the
Okay.
recorded statement, you said something to the effect of if somebody is sitting in the, thug is sitting in the rear passenger side, it's a wonder, this may not be a quote, a wonder that he was not shot. Do you remember something like that?
Talking about Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
I may have said that. I'm going to give you that.
Okay. And I'd like to show you some photographs so the jurors can orient as to what you were thinking about that time, and you can help us, okay?
Right here for you.
Let me show you some items.
Mr. Steele, given the hour, do you think we may stop
Sure.
here?
I'm going to follow the court.
Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, given the fact it's about almost 5:30, we'll go ahead and recess for the day at this point in time. Pursuant to agreements of counsel, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause Detective Quinn. We're going to have him come back on Friday. Is that the next date you're available, sir?
Yes, sir.
This coming Friday?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, if I could get you to come back for this coming Friday, if you could be present for 8:45, that'd be wonderful.
I'll be here at 8.
All right, we'll see you then, sir. Okay, don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir.
I can walk out?
Yes, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take up other witnesses until then. So for the most immediate reason or purposes, tomorrow morning, if you could be here for 9 o'clock for an anticipated 9:30 start time, and then we'll go ahead and we should have a pretty regular work day, okay? All right. Wednesday, the 27th, we'll start at the same time. Approximately, you'll be here for 9, start around 9:30. We'll work till approximately almost 1 o'clock, and then our day will be complete. Okay, so Wednesday, we're gonna work until we'll come in at regular time, we'll work till about 1, and you're done the rest of the afternoon, okay? All right. Thursday, the 28th. We'll come in at 12:30, and we'll work for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. We'll work to about 5. All right? And then Friday, the 29th, you'll plan on coming in at 9. We'll start somewhere between 9 and 9:30. We'll have a regular business working day, okay? Then that will be then you all will have an administrative pause, as I mentioned earlier, from the 1st through the 5th of April. And then you will recommence on Monday, April the 8th at 9 a.m. So that's the long and the short of it in terms of our scheduling. When we conclude, I'll need to talk with 219, sir, just for a couple of minutes. But before I do that, is there any other ministerial inquiry of me? You're not asking for anything past April, right? I heard. All right. 71, I remember what you told me last time and nobody else heard, okay? All right. But, madam, yes, what's your administrative question?
Just moving forward, it would be most appreciated if we have the volume for the speaker to exceed a certain level.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You said going forward, it would be appreciative if
the volume for the speaker doesn't exceed a certain level for playback, for video and audio.
So you're saying that particular, the white speaker on the corner, is it giving too much?
It was, that's part of the reason why.
All right. I'll have our tech folks troubleshoot it in just a minute, okay?
Thank you.
All right, no problem. Anybody else? 56, did you have a question?
Oh, no.
No, 56. Did you have a question? No. Okay, all right. Anybody else have, no, seriously, anybody else have an administrative question? Okay, are we okay with the schedule? Are you okay with the days in terms of clarification, what time you're supposed to come in? Good. You're all good. Okay. All right. Ms. Von Kelser's been by to talk with you, is that correct, our jury clerk, in terms of payments and other things? And like I said, we'll process that as quickly as possible, okay? All right. Do you have any other questions of me?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your ad nauseam admonitions at this point in time. Remember, you don't discuss anything that we've covered in court amongst yourselves, back in the jury room, as you leave this place, as you, in groups of 1, 2, or whatever means of conveyance you may be riding or traveling in, coming to and from your headquarters jury deliberation room. Please, if anybody, third party should try and approach you, talk with you about this particular case, remember your duty to let me and or Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Do not, and please resist temptation of talking with anybody, your loved ones, or anyone else about anything that you've covered in the four walls of this courtroom. Remember, it would be a violation for you to also do any extra research, go by and visit the scene, or do any other cite any or attempt to access any other third-party resources to aid clarity on anything you might have heard within the four walls of this courtroom. Remember, you can only lawfully consider what is presented in the four walls of this courtroom to you. Leave your notepads in the basket as you leave, and you can pick them back up tomorrow morning. Take a juror sticker. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude every day on behalf of the parties, thank you for your patience and your attention that you've given and will continue to give upon the consideration of this matter. So unless you have anything else from me, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow morning. For what time? 9. For an anticipated 9:30 start time, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other thing of me, then I'll see you in the morning for 9 o'clock, okay? All right, all rise. 219, can you remain with us for just a second, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Juror 219 is with us. Sir, tell you what, come and have a seat in the witness chair so we can all hear you. Please, if you wouldn't mind, make yourself as comfortable as possible. Okay. Don't look at anything that's up there. It's an order. All right. All right, 219. I received an email from you, forwarded from Ms. Umana, my judicial assistant, which I will make as part of the record as the next court exhibit in order. Mm-hmm. That's just your correspondence with the court.
Yes.
Okay. All right, if I understand the correspondence that you sent Ms. Umana to share with me, you're having some problems setting a doctor's appointment. Mm-hmm. Were you able to get anything the week of the 1st of April? Did you find out when is your doctor available at any time that week?
I was just told the last time I talked to him that he wouldn't be available that week.
He's not available. So he's not available.
So I asked specifically about that week. I was just told that that they didn't have that week available.
Okay. Have you otherwise made an appointment for the week of the 8th?
I have not yet made an appointment.
Okay. So we're just trying to get granularity on that for scheduling purposes. I take it this is the follow-up from the condition that you had that you shared with us to begin with during jury selection?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do with permission and concurrence of council. Go ahead and make your appointment. I understand that the challenge you have is that it can only be made during the afternoon hours, and it can only be made Monday through Thursday.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and see if you can set a date, and if you could share that with me tomorrow. Can you do, or whenever you're able to lock in an appointment, because you won't know what his availability is until you call the office, right?
Right, yeah.
All right. We'll call in the morning or whenever, and let's fill us in, and we'll see what we can do for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, sir?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience with us. So just either give me a note saying, hey, I've got an appointment for whatever date, and then we'll go ahead and see what we can do in order for you to, in order for us to go ahead and accommodate you. Let me see if I've got any. If you have a choice, and it's late in the month, because I don't know when it is, I have it on good authority that the 24th would be a really good day.
Okay.
If it counter pushes that far, but you book one as soon as you can get one, and we'll just see where we are. But if you have any control, the 24th you'll be out that day, and probably the 24th and the 25th.
Okay.
25th is a Friday, 24th is a Thursday.
Okay.
Okay. All right, but I was just taking a look at what I thought we could prognosticate, but you just need to tell us tomorrow, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right?
All right.
Okay, all right, unless you have anything else, have a good evening, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. All rise. All right, Juror 219 has left us. Counsel, is there anything else I need to take up with you before tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yes, ma'am.
We just asked to approach after we recess, just approach with a member of the Defense Council briefly.
All right, okay, then we're in recess. Mr. Steele or others, do you have anything else with me other than that?
Report time tomorrow, Your Honor.
9 a.m. for anticipate 9:30 start time, sir? Okay.